Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please take your seats. We're going to now start the opening session. May I request everyone to please take their seats.
Connecting, innovating, and threading things together. I bring you direction, making your lives fast and efficient. I am the digital thread. I connect you with the real world and help you see what belongs where. I integrate and visualize enormous amounts of data for better decision making. We share the same goal. I help you see better, lead better, be smarter. I save water, one of the most essential elements of life. I help optimize the agricultural ecosystem. I help you build stronger. I am the backbone of every smart city. I have tracked, traced and located, giving unique data insights, giving clear vision, creating sustainable economic development and enabling high quality of life. I help you become a smart citizen, streamlining the data, accelerating businesses, reducing the digital divide, empowering humanity. I am the facilitator. I am your process. I am the foundation for building better futures. Everything is digital. Everything is connected. I am the digital thread, driving technological convergence, creating system of systems. Together, we ignite, innovate, integrate. I am Geospatial.
Welcome you all on the 20th edition of GeoSmart India. It's been a long journey for us and for the geospatial community of India, where we started beginning from the base and now we are talking about the automation. So, if you talk about the geospatial is a golden thread connecting everything to everyone, everywhere. At a time when India aspires to become a $9 trillion economy by 2030, it is important for us to understand how geospatial is going to play an important role to fulfill the dreams of 1.37 billion Indians in the coming years. To build a new India, we need to inspire ourselves, and to achieve these goals, the geospatial community has a big fundamental role to play. Geospatial, as we all see, is about information for people, the planet, and for the prosperity. By the time today, the world, major media, mainstream media, recognizes the importance of this technology, and that's why they talk about the details where they'd say the world economy runs of GPS, or why location intelligence should guide US infrastructure investments. Since the location technology has emerged, with the end user, every person is carrying in their mobile phones, the mainstream media also get activated, and they started feeling, okay, there is a money which is lying, there is a business which is lying behind. And with the time, technology has evolved. Earlier, we used to have the traditional mapping agencies which used to cater to the Forest Survey of India, Geological Survey of India, or we used to have urban planners who used to think about CAD drawings. And with this, the technology moved beyond, one step further, and there was a demand from professional side which started coming in, where agriculture, utilities, defense, so they all were becoming the part of this whole ecosystem. Then it moved furthermore. It went to the AEC, Architectural, Engineering and Construction side, where we are talking today about the precision infrastructure development, the road development, those networks which can be developed through. Now in India, we are talking about the waterways, the integration of rivers. So these things are all engineering side where geospatial is taking an active role. From there, we move further towards the location intelligence side, where we talk about the shared business model, which we all know, famous from the Ubers or Olas or the Eats joints, which are all applicable, available in our mobile apps. And now we are moving further towards the automation and robotics. And if we talk about the Indian DNA, we are a service offering services and solutions. We are not at product companies. So India provides a base for the product companies to do business, joint hand with the Indian companies to offer solutions to the end users. So this is how the whole technology is evolving these days. Fortunately, what has happened that NITI Aayog, the main agency of India which plans for the future of India, in its vision document strategy for New India at 75, acknowledges the relevance of importance of spatial data and framework. That is a great acknowledgement of need, relevance, and value for geospatial information, and offer us tremendous opportunities to respond by incorporating the government's expectations in our work. So whether we talk about any of the development programs which are going in India, right now, there is a need which has been laid down by the policymakers of using geospatial technologies. What is required is to make them understand from our industry side is the various aspects of geospatial technologies and how they complement each other. Rather than competing, we complement each other. That is the way we need to explain to our users. Another important thing which we feel is the evolution of the value and relevance of National Geospatial Organization in our country. We have the integrated approach towards building National Geospatial Agenda or the infrastructure, knowledge. Then we talk about policy development and regulatory framework. We have to develop a lot of incubation and facilitation center for the geospatial industry. Qualitative engagement with communities across sectors. Development and management. We have a lot of universities which are offering the courses, but we need to inculcate the management and the requirement of the industry in those courses. That's what we are not doing right now. And foundation of geospatial enabled sustainable development. So as UN has laid down the responsibility to all the statistics organization in the country, and India is following with the Ministry of Statistics, and each state planning department has the responsibility to monitor the development agendas. So for this, a complete ecosystem needs to be developed. And once we have the relevance of geospatial organizations, we have to integrate with our National Geospatial Strategy. Very important to communicate the same with the mainstream media so they can take our message to each household or to the departments about the importance of the same aspect. Engagement with mainstream business enterprises. Right now what is happening is we are talking within our community. We need to extend our reach. We need to reach out to the mainstream IT companies, mainstream utilities companies, and try to date or try to engage with them. Then converging the geospatial policy with the mainstream IT policies. When NASSCOM started in India, they also had a lot of challenges with the IT policies coming in. So we, as a geospatial community, also facing some of the challenges, but there are a lot of opportunities with those challenges. And if we can integrate those mainstream IT policies with the geospatial policies, I think we will have a good role to go ahead. Then integration of national vision into the functioning of the geospatial agencies. It's very important. Sorry, I'm naming the organizations over here, like MOT, who is right now making a lot of investments on construction, the road network. It's very important that they talk with the National Geospatial Agencies of India, or the organized projects, the national mission projects like Namami Gange or National Hydrographic Project. They all need to talk to the right stakeholders and how they can facilitate themselves. So it's very important to understand the same. With this, I once again welcome you all to the 3 days conference, where we have tried to focus on the 5 main streams which India is dreaming to achieve in next few years, and we are hopeful that we'll become the backbone of all the national development projects. As a geospatial community, let's work together and try to achieve this aim. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant, for that very insightful opening to the conference. To achieve the aspirational goals that you have mentioned and that has been outlined by our government, we, the Geosmartians, yes, we are going to coin that term now, have a very strong role to play. Moving forward, I invite Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy, founder and executive chairman, Scient, to share his keynote address on the need and importance of national geospatial infrastructure and knowledge platform. Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy has firmly placed India on the global map for leading-edge engineering and research and development services by establishing Scient in 1991. Dr. Reddy has served as a chairman of NASSCOM during 2015-16. He has served as a chairman of CII Southern Region from 2008 to 2009. He is also the founding director of T-Hub, the largest startup incubation center in India. Dr. Reddy received India's 4th highest civilian award, the Padma Shri, in 2017 for his contribution to trade and industry in the country. Sir, I welcome you on stage.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the city of Hyderabad, which has a history of 400 plus years. It's a very cozy morning, so understandably we waited for half hour before we got started off. But I think the weather makes all the difference in addition to the traffic today, so we are very empathetic towards people who will join us as the time goes by. Prashant did a phenomenal job in terms of setting the stage for us this morning. He told us all about what is the current state and also called out a few challenges that we have. I will then move on to the next stage in terms of trying to tell you more about what do we need to ignite, what do we need to innovate, and what do we need to integrate to make sure that we have the technology accelerating this digital revolution. Before I get started, not because he's my friend, I say this, but I certainly wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend, Sanjay Kumar, who is the CEO, chairman, whatever he likes to, founder of Geospatial Media. Can you please stand up for a minute? Let's give a round of applause to Sanjay. What really impresses me is singularly, Sanjay has been responsible for carrying this mantle along with him. And I am honestly very impressed with him that he comes with new ideas. The new idea that he had in the recent past was a think tank which produced a geospatial strategy document which will be released at a later point of time. But his relentless effort certainly requires a great appreciation from all of us. Having said that, let's move on to what we want to talk about today. And this is about what I call it as the innovation which is underpinning the Industry 4.0. Many of you, if not all of you, are extremely familiar with this Industry 4.0. What is it all about? The fourth industrial revolution. What is fourth industrial revolution? Cyber and the physical media meeting with each other. It's not anymore just computers are talking to each other. It's now physical people are talking to each other. So the end result is that there is enormous amount of growth in this particular technology. But not many people recognize that parallelly with Industry 4.0, you also have two other phenomena that are occurring at this point of time. What we call them as the Globalization 4.0, associated global challenges, and then you also have Education 4.0 and the new skills. Post-World War II, the whole world, one place to work was globalization. We should make the physical barriers between countries disappear. Nicholas Negroponte from Media Labs at MIT says, actually, at one point of time, he made the statement that the physical demarcation between countries is like lines drawn on sand. Even if there is going to be a big wind, they'll change the contours. There was nothing called restriction. But in the recent past, especially after the 2008 economic meltdown, what we have seen is that countries did not do the progress. The recovery has been very patchy. Some countries got left behind, and some countries went far ahead. And the result is there is certain amount of hesitation for globalization. That's the reality of life. There are people who are now trying to say that they have to look at their own countries as opposed to becoming global. You'll see signs of that with Mr. Donald Trump in US, or it's the Brexit, or the Yellow Jacket movement in Paris, and so on and so forth. There are innumerable number of examples. So we have to, therefore, look at Industry 4.0 in a perspective where there's some constraints to the Globalization 4.0 or Globalization 2. Parallel to that is yet another interesting phenomena that we find is that the whole education and skill requirement is also changing. If you look at the technology, who implements it? Finally, I keep saying execution happens only with one, and that's people. And therefore, we need those people to be having properly educated and skilled. But here's a big shift that's happening in education too, driven, of course, by Industry 4.0. What was happening, if you look at the, why do I call it as 4.0? 1.0 was more of Gurukul, where you're dependent on the teacher considerably in terms of learning. So people had tremendous amount of attention to the teacher. Teacher univocally verbose, they still listen to them. The 2.0 was when the printing press came in, the books came by, knowledge got distributed a lot more comparatively. And the 3.0 was when digital media came in, but it was one way. You had Doordarshan, which is the local TV channels, which transmitted learning lessons one way at certain points of time. What happens now in 4.0? Anytime, anywhere, you can learn from the best professor in the world. It can be an interactive, it can be a chat box. It can be individual learning paths that can be determined by an AI engine which is sitting behind. So it is Industry 4.0 which brings in tremendous amount of challenge in terms of new learnings, but Industry 4.0 also helps you in terms of making sure you can learn differently. So this is the 4.0 paradigm that I have. What does it mean to geospatial industry? It certainly has enormous amount of impact. Look at what happened with these technologies which have come by. And how did these technologies to become what they are? And I like to call out 4 accelerators which made these technologies what they are. Accelerator number 1 is computing and storage. The computing and storage is coming down dramatically over a period of time. Gordon Moore said way back in 1974, the amount of silicon that can be packed on a chip will double itself every 18 months. But it's taking less than that. It's becoming cheaper. It's becoming smaller. That paradigm continues. That's one accelerator. The second accelerator is all about connectivity. I just mentioned about Industry 4.0, which is all to do with the physical cyber systems. We have, I believe, 5 billion people who are connected on the network. But we don't honestly recognize all the time there are 15 billion devices which are also connected on the same network. So who are interacting with each other today is 20 billion people and things. And the power of a network is not about 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. It's the square of number of nodes that are there. So look at what happens in a situation where you have 20 billion things and people connected together. What you will find is that the power of the network is 20 billion square. A third accelerator is this ubiquitous, ugly-looking devices called the sensors that came in, which even 15 years back used to be very expensive, large in size. The same thing we talked about, the computing paradigm applied to even sensors. You can buy a dime a dozen these days, but they are amazing. God gave us 5 senses. Sense number 1, ability to see. Sense number 2, the ability to hear, ability to smell, ability to taste, ability to feel. We think 3 of these 5 senses have got perfected now on the computers too. It's amazing some of the applications that we're seeing. And finally, what's happening with these sensors is that they put enormous amount of data. And that's what is driving the 4th accelerator, where we find that this data now can be crunched by the same computer system using new algorithms people are writing with edge computers and so on. Edge computers, yesterday I was at an event at Intel, they're now talking about excess computing. This is basically, there is quantum computing, there is edge computing, there is excess computing, and so on and so forth. With that amount of power that's there, the machines can crunch data in no time. So with these 4 accelerators, you have enormous amount of new technologies that have come by. It's whether artificial intelligence on one side, which is basically algorithms that are being written, or on the other side, we are saying VR, AR, or that's augmented reality and virtual reality, which make many of these applications absolutely true to many of the challenges that we have in the geospatial industry. We have these 4 layers in which we had the data as far as the ground data is concerned. We had the spatial data, we had the aerial data, we had the drones, and we have ground. But now I think with the drones becoming so powerful that I think at some point of time we'll probably see a tremendous amount of shift that would occur. And type of applications that are happening. If there was a cloud cover, neither the satellite imagery nor the aerial imagery was working, where the drones fly at a lower level. So all these data, all these technologies, whether it is robotics, sensors, and IoT, are certainly, when they go along with this other phenomena called the SMAC, which is basically the social, mobile, cloud, and analytics. You combine them together, what happens is you have, and the communication, you have enormous amount of geospatial data that's being created. And this data can be analyzed, and what we are seeing is we are redefining the business processes. Our ability today, because of the technology driven by the 4.0, allows us to redefine the processes that we can implement. We can put together more efficient processes, and we just called out a few of them, whether it's a distribution management, a supply chain management, and so on and so forth, or the asset management for that matter. But here is further that happens is that as a result of this, the business models are changing. We never thought about pay-per usage. We have an application which runs drones, an agriculture application where the farmer pays per usage, amount of time that the drone flies on his farm. Or we have risk versus reward models. We're saying go develop a smart city, and the end result is that if you think that there's going to be an outcome, we can give you some reward for it. And there are many new business models that are happening. But here is the biggest advantage we're finding is that this technology, when coupled with geospatial technologies, is making sure that geospatial has become all pervasive across every industry. We started off with, say, transportation at one point of time for basically try to say routing applications, or routing application, what the American would call it, point A to point B, how do I travel? And I know having been in this industry for at least getting close to 30 years, I believe now, is that in the original days, what was a road was just nothing but a line feature. Where are we today? We have got enormous amount. We know the width of the road. We know the potholes. We know obstacles. And this is not even recent past, at least 10 years back, what used to get me very fascinated, that we also digitized the gradient of the road and the curvature of the turn. So that's the level of sophistication with the geospatial is coming in, and this is becoming more and more once you have driver-assisted cars, or ADAS as is called, or you have connected cars. So transportation, which was not a very traditional geospatial application, now has enormous amount of future for all of us. But then thereafter, I can call out, for people like me, I keep saying, I never imagined that agriculture would use technology. We did an experiment of the recent past. A drone flew on an agricultural farm. The POC, or the proof of concept, was primarily to find out what is going to be the savings in pesticide usage. Primarily, if you look at it, take a huge farm, the poor agriculturist sees pest in one corner of the farm. What does his immediate reaction be? He sprays pesticide across all the farm. But here now we have an ability to take 1 square feet tile, 1 feet by 1 feet. I can localize the pest and send my next drone to go and precisely spray the pesticide on that area. Otherwise, the rest of it was all being consumed by you and me. So that's the good news that we have. But here is the thing that happens further. Two things. One is that this particular example proved to us that the pesticide usage could come down by as much as 66%. And this is for the second year we're running this particular project for a customer of ours. And a second thing that has come by is, while we flew the drone, the original thinking was only to go and detect where the pests were. But what we found was there were 64 parameters of the crop, the land, and the outcome, the product that will come out is all being predicted in advance. We know the soil health. We know the health of the crop. We know what the output for the crop is going to be, and so on and so forth. So therefore, what has happened is, because of the Industry 4.0, the digital era that is spinning in, the geospatial industry, geospatial has become truly horizontal, and which can now be impacting many industries, as opposed to what we originally thought to be very traditional, which is cadastral mapping, thereafter a little bit of utilities and telecom, asset management, and so on and so forth. So let me then move on to my next slide, and then say, what does it mean to all of us? Geospatial defining the digital transformation is redefining the geospatial industry. I won't go to the slide, but here are the 4 things that you have to remember. One is technology. Technology is driving us to create enormous data. Data is giving us an opportunity to innovate. Innovate and finally provide solutions. So the whole geospatial industry gets redefined. There is increased investments to move up the value chain and gain the competitive advantage. Or you also see there is an explosion in terms of geospatial, non-geospatial data, leading to increased number of tools for analytics and geospatial data, facilitating multi-dimensional data analysis, AI and ML. So what we have to therefore take back here is, geospatial industry is also going through this wave of digital content. And this digital content and the digital data that is coming to us helps us in terms of innovate and provide solutions to our customers. Let me get to my last slide. And I just need to wrap it up, is that I'm talking about 5 imperatives that are there in this industry to win. to win over the Industry 4.0 paradigm. First and the foremost is that we need to make a decision on where to play choices and innovate. Innovate will be the key mantra for all of us, because it's not the traditional geospatial industry that we all thought about will lie with us. And there is a secret sauce for innovation, which says, go ahead and challenge the status quo, to start taking risks, work in a team, be persistent with ideas, and that's how I think we should work to make sure that we would innovate and decide on, because the options are many, we need to also decide on where to play, as opposed to trying to say, I'll go into the hyper-growth areas. I can also look at land and grab as one strategy of moving forward. One size does not fit all. So you decide on what's the best for you. The second imperative is that today the world is all about open innovation, because the customer is looking for a solution, and you can't be innovating all through the solution change. But if you want to get to the full stack, you got to develop this strategy of collaborating with others in order to make sure, collaborating with partners for fastest way to scale your businesses. A third one that I think is the new talent models in digital era. I talked about it yesterday in a different meeting, all right. What we're seeing is that the technology is obsoleting people very quickly. So the result is that we should definitely be constantly learning. There's a fairly well documented information which says in the last, say, 500 years, the human life has gone up by 40 years. It was 35, it's now about 75 years is the average lifespan of a human being. And we believe that it's not too far away, but when it becomes 100. Well, we can go into one other discussion where what did God create this framework for, and the frame doesn't seem to support more than 80 years, you require spare parts and so on and so forth. Leave that apart. Come back to what I'm heading towards, is that more important one is that we lived in a world where people retired at 55. It became 58. Yesterday, our Honorable Chief Minister locally made it 60. But then people are hale and healthy at even 70, 75. Therefore, when people thought it was 58 years of retirement, that's when they had one degree, and that degree would carry them forever. But that doesn't seem to be true any longer, so we have to be continuous learners. The good news that we have is technology certainly allows you to learn from anywhere, anytime today. And actually, we have an introduction. People talked about my involvement in NASSCOM. The big contribution that I did personally in the last couple of years is created a platform called Future Skills. And what Future Skills platform not only teaches you about new skills that are there because of the digital era, but more importantly, it also has an AI engine in the back end, which helps people to have individual learning paths. And we also think that to access relevant advanced technologies and skills and markets, we have to think about M&A, ability to integrate them. Therefore, our culture has to change, make sure that we have the ability to absorb different cultures and integrate into the company. And finally, we need to think about organizations becoming agile to ensure that we deliver enormous amount of value to our customers. So therefore, the opportunity is big in front of you in terms of making sure you ignite your minds, innovate new ideas, integrate with others in making sure that we convert technologies and make good of the current digital revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for that very visionary address, highlighting the pervasive role of geospatial information in Industry 4.0 and how digital transformation is redefining our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mrs. Usha Thorat to deliver her keynote address. Mrs. Usha Thorat has 30 years of experience in central banking and financial regulation, having retired in 2010 as a Deputy Governor of the RBI. During this period, she led a number of RBI's initiatives on financial inclusion and held significant roles, including representing India on the Bank for International Settlements on global banking regulation. She is also a former board member of both SEBI and NABARD. Currently, Mrs. Thorat serves as the chair of the governing board of Foundation for Ecological Security. Mrs. Thorat will share her views and vision on New India in the context of sustainability, conservation, and inclusive growth. Ma'am, I welcome you on stage.
Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I thank Prashant and Sanjay for inviting me here for this event, which for me was something I really appreciated Dr. Reddy's presentation when he said that learning can never stop. So one of the reasons for coming here is not knowing anything about the subject. I said this is an opportunity for me really to understand and learn what is really happening, because you often feel like a Rip Van Winkle having gone to sleep, and then you suddenly wake up and you realize the world is changing very, very fast. So thank you very much, and I was extremely impressed, Dr. Reddy, by your presentation and the range of, the vista that you really covered. It was deeply appreciated. I've been asked to talk about sustainable and inclusive development. I'm leaving out the word conservation out of it because I think sustainability itself carries the word, conservation in it. So what is really sustainable inclusive development? And why this topic in a program like this today? Probably Sanjay and Prashant can tell me more, but I think that what probably the organizers wanted me to put forth forcefully is perhaps in all this effort as using modern technology in all areas of industry and businesses, one should ensure that we are very mindful of what we are doing to the world, to the planet, and to the people who do not get the benefit of this kind of technology and development. So both sustainable and inclusive. Inclusive, definitely easy to understand. It's a development model which has equity as its focus. It covers all segments of the economy. But sustainable development could mean different things for different people. I may not be a sustainable bank because I don't have the capital to grow. So I'm not sustainable. I may not be a sustainable business because I don't make enough money. But we are talking about sustainable in the sense that originally in 1987, the Brundtland Commission published its report, Our Common Future, and it was an effort to link economic development and environmental stability. So this report provided the definition that today is really being used as sustainable development. Development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So there is an intergenerational equity issue that we are talking about. But we are not only talking about the future generation of the rich, we're also talking about the future generation of the poor. And that's where the inclusive part comes in. And in the context of climate change and loss of biodiversity, it's important to remember that the ecological footprint of the poor is minuscule, while the impact of climate change and the loss of biodiversity is huge on this segment of the world. So I guess the concept of sustainable development can be interpreted in different ways, but at its core is an approach to development that looks to balance different and often competing needs against an awareness of the environment, the social and the economic limitations we face as a society. It is also recognition that the alarming loss of species and habitats requires us to step away for a bit from a human-centric understanding of the natural world and to realize that even for sustaining human life on Earth, we need to look at all species and put nature at the center and not man at the center of this world. So what does it all mean when you look at sustainability? It obviously means that there are going to be pressures on the natural resource base. There is a point at which it will no longer be possible to have any continuation of human life on Earth itself gets threatened. And therefore, sustainable development is an outcome of a political order in which society is so structured that it will learn fast from the mistakes in the use of natural resources and rapidly rectify its human nature relationship in accordance with the knowledge it gains. The important question then is, and which is the kind of political order that will lead to conditions which will encourage a society to learn fast from its mistakes? Is it an enlightened dictatorship, or is it a participative democracy? There are many who would argue that decisions on natural resource management should be made by those who are going to be impacted the most, and therefore the poor should participate in this decision making. There are others who would argue that ultimately it is money power that drives decision making, even in a participative democracy, and hence enlightened governments can take much quicker action. The instance of China then can be quoted in this context. So these two threats, the climate change and the loss of biodiversity, is leaving the world's population and future generations far more insecure in terms of water, food, energy, and health. Like the young Swedish girl, Greta Thunberg, declared at UN this year, "This is all wrong. I shouldn't be here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering, people are dying, entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?" The fact is that the global energy system has little changed over the last 25 years. In 1994, 80% of global energy came from fossil fuels. The figures remained unchanged. There were 2.8 billion people using polluting solid fuels to cook food. This number too has remained the same. A UN report released just last week talks about that says the outlook is bleak. Had the cuts to carbon emission envisaged in 2010 been undertaken, then the projected emission levels for 2 degrees and 1.5 would have been only a 0.7% and a 3.3% cut every year. But today, because we haven't done what we set out to do in the last decade, it has become 2.7% and 7.6% every year. In the case of risks to economic system services and biodiversity, there is a new global biodiversity framework through the Convention on Biological Diversity, which has been called a New Deal for Nature. This pact, expected to be agreed in Beijing in late 2020, will lay out the global strategy for protecting nature throughout 2030. So how will the changes be brought out in the quickest possible time? What will be the incentives and the disincentives? In doing this, one could be either a pessimist or an optimist. My brother, who's a scientist, and he works on glaciers and climate change, he said, "My brain is pessimistic because the decision makers are rich. Consequently, they are also in a better position to protect themselves against the consequences of climate change. If my brain says that limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 or 2 degrees is a slogan and not a realistic aim, it is what the politicians and the rich want to convince the poor that they are trying for. They are actually not taking any steps that can achieve it, as we saw. But he says, my principle is when my brain says it cannot happen, but my heart says it must happen, your action has to be dictated by the heart." Something like the bridge strategy. You have to play your hand, assuming the cards are going your way, because you're sure to lose whatever you do if they are not. Isn't it high time we then talk in terms of a Green New Deal for India? Something like what Alexandria Cortez said. She makes the point that the model of economic growth and public policy should factor in issues of climate change and loss of biodiversity in a way that it leads to a more healthy, inclusive, secure, and sustainable society. I just want to present 3 areas which I think are relevant to the topic of this conference of the next 2 days. The geospatial technology, how can it bring us to the Green New Deal that we can think about? First, let's take agriculture, which is closely linked to water. Agriculture contributes in India 18% of GDP, 60% of the population are living. It absorbs 78% of fresh water, and just 2 crops, rice and sugarcane, guzzle 60% of the water. Indian agriculture has become unsustainable. Economically, it is dependent on minimum support prices. It is dependent on free power and then therefore free water and subsidized fertilizers. There are periodic loan waivers without which farmers cannot take fresh loans. Benefits of subsidies accrue more to the larger farmers and the irrigated areas. Continuing this fiscal support could be that it implies lower allocation to other priority areas like health and education. This is from the point of view of economic sustainability. From the point of view of natural resources like water and land, agriculture has surely become unsustainable. There is overuse of water. Groundwater is seriously depleted. Water is free as long as you can use the free power to dig tube wells and bore wells and lift water from rivers and canals. Soil has got seriously degraded and desertification is rampant due to water erosion, loss of topsoil, vegetative cover, and other reasons including pressure of population on land because of lack of jobs elsewhere, overgrazing, overuse of inputs, burden of population on small holdings, and the use of energy sources like firewood by the poorer households also leads to impact on environment. Hence, our top focus priority should be to focus on an sustainable, inclusive development of agriculture. We need a new green revolution that focuses on crops that uses less water. I think it's an amazing slogan, the Prime Minister said. More crop per drop. Consumption patterns need to be incentivized to consume produce that use less water and energy. We need to ensure that water is managed differently. We need to protect our forests, our grasslands, our water bodies, and our degraded lands. These would involve politically tough decisions, but they need to be taken if we want a sustainable, inclusive development. Some states like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh have taken initiatives to grapple with some of these issues. In his address to the high-level segment of COP14 in Delhi in September 2019, and it was the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, the Prime Minister talked about the compelling case for action on the land front, combined with the action to address water crisis facing the world. Because when we address degraded lands, he said, we also address water scarcity issue. Augmenting water supply, enhancing water recharge, slowing down water runoff, retaining moisture in the soil are part of a holistic land and water strategy. We are working with the motto of per drop, more crop. We're using the use of fertilizers, biofertilizers, reducing the use of pesticides and chemical fertilizers. India would put an end to single-water plastic, and in his last sentence he says, we take pride in using remote sensing, space technology, and I suppose geospatial technology for multiple applications, including land restoration. It is hoped that this message will translate into action. The second area of priority I would put forth is energy. How do we deal with our energy requirements for growth and for the fact that the average per capita consumption is much lower than what it is, and at the same time being mindful of the impact of climate change. So we have demanded at the international level a common but differentiated responsibility, but at the national level we cannot hide behind the poor. There is an urgent need for us to look at energy consumption within the country. The carbon footprint of the 4 highest income classes earning more than 8,000 rupees per month, representing a population of 150 million people, already exceeds the sustainable levels. These income groups have to check their CO2 emissions. They will not only contribute to global warming, but they will also deny hundreds of millions of poor Indians access to development. There are experts who feel that differentiated, decentralized, distributed model of producing renewable energy is the answer for India. Germany, the leader in renewable energy, has made most of its solar PV installation on rooftops. About 1.5 million households have installed more than 30,000 megawatts of solar panels. They're feeding it to the local grids or consuming it. Can India do this on a much larger scale? Much more decentralized, much grander scale. Is this an utopian dream? Is it feasible? How do we use the technology that you have described? The third priority is how we urbanize and develop our cities. Cities over the world are the biggest emitters of CO2. Management of water, energy, transport, waste and sanitation, dealing with pollution have all got to go hand in hand. Significant urbanization has already taken place in India, but it is expected to grow in the next 15 years when 600 million people are expected to be living in the cities. The UN Sustainable Development Goal 11 aims to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable by 2030. A clear blueprint is needed for India for achieving this goal as part of the Green New Deal. These are just 3 areas where technology, especially geospatial technology and data, can help enormously in managing land and water, managing supply and demand for energy more equitably, building sustainable, inclusive, safe, and resilient cities. GeoSmart technology should empower the most vulnerable populations to make ecologically smart decisions about their lives, livelihoods, and localities. It will be very exciting to see how this conference will contribute to developing tools for a more sustainable, inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Thorat. Your speech has really been an eye-opener. We hope to build stronger partnerships and collaborations across geospatial sector with other sectors like nature conservation to build a green new world and in specific, a sustainable and inclusive new India. It is my pleasure to now announce the commencement of the plenary sessions. Our first plenary is on National Geospatial Information Infrastructure and Knowledge Platform, the International Perspectives. The session will concentrate on the growing value of geospatial information in national information infrastructure for governance, development, and security in the digital age. Participants will present their perspectives and experiences on developing such an infrastructure in their respective countries. This high-level plenary will bring forward the learnings and on the opportunities of developing such a platform. I invite my colleague Anamika Das, Vice President, Outreach and Business Development, Geospatial Media and Communications, to moderate the plenary session.
Thank you, Megha. The world is transitioning from traditional data infrastructure to automatically create, share, deliver, and use knowledge in support of the emerging digital economy and the rise of spatially aware and equipped citizen, which is the next generation. And this platform, what we call is geospatial knowledge infrastructure. We all know digital disruption of the spatial industry is underway. Pool of data and ever-increasing reliance on devices, cloud computing, and open data is being driven by consumer demand for more data, accessible when required, at little or no cost. Adding to this drive is the move globally towards automation, impacting the way products and services are delivered and how businesses engage with their customers. Definitely, this transition requires innovation and new practices in government and the private sector in order to capture the power of emerging technologies and to meet the future demands of users. The focus of government to be away from supply of data towards a diverse and more collaborative information management environment, working in partnership with many data providers, increasingly utilizing automated data sharing capability, developing rich open analytics capability, and progressively moving to the provision of a knowledge-focused environment for customized and real-time decision-making. The geospatial knowledge infrastructure is in combination with new semantic web technologies will assist in connecting, integrating, and analyzing data, and as a consequence, drive new knowledge-based activities such as smarter transportation network, responsive and resilient cities, and intelligent infrastructure planning. The common thread required for those knowledge-based solutions is the delivery of data and information in real time. Let's hear from our eminent plenary speaker on their perspective on National Geospatial Information Infrastructure and Knowledge Platform. Our first plenary speaker is Ms. Doreen Burmani, the former Chair Executive Board of Cadastre and Co-Chair of GGIM. May I invite Doreen on stage?
Thank you so much for the introduction, Anamika. And good morning, everybody. It's a great honor for me to be present here today. As on the screen, my name is Doreen Bomanya. I'm the co-chair of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. And until recently, I was chair of the executive board of the Cadastre, Land Registry and Mapping Agency in the Netherlands. Talking about the Netherlands, as you probably know, it's a densely populated country of over 17 million citizens on a rather very small surface, only 41,000 square kilometers. So I feel very small here in your beautiful country. The west and north side of our country are bordered on large patches of water. The north and the Wadden Sea. As you might know, water and water management are rooted in the Dutch history and culture. In fact, we were forced to create inventive solutions to build a society below sea level. If we didn't do anything, half of the surface would have been flooded permanently. Thanks to the Delta works engineered for the country's flood protection, we keep our feet and country dry. Inland, we created spaces around the core of rivers to allow overflows in water in case of extensive rain. Basins that offer protection in deltas and prevent water from entering urban areas. Infrastructures that are resilient and equipped to deal with the effects of climate change. It has been only mere 2 months ago that a royal delegation from the Netherlands were honored to visit India. The visit addressed water management, health, sustainable agriculture, as well as social initiatives and culture. However, in essence, the visit emphasized the strong and sound relationship between both countries. A partnership between India and the Netherlands, a partnership between knowledge economies. The visit was led by our King Willem-Alexander and Queen Maxima, together with a strong delegation of ministers and decision makers from the private sector as well as the research community. It was a perfect example of empowering innovation and technology. The 5-day visit opened perspectives that can be applied easily on the geospatial community, on our challenges, our strengths, and our commitment of working in unity. In this keynote, I'd like to address the main perspectives and similarities. In the first place, it's about partnerships. The geospatial community has grown into a connected worldwide community. An initiative like the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management, also known as UN-GGIM, has grown from a meeting of national experts in geography and location into an expanding group of ambassadors advocating the contribution of place in tackling issues in society. Technology and innovation offer opportunities for smarter communication, and I see a growing awareness regarding the shared message and impact of geoinformation. Also, interest in GGIM is growing. The need from other communities in obtaining insight and overview has always been there. It's, however, the approach which is changing. In the last year, the increasing relevance of the integrated geospatial information framework has become obvious. It's a framework developed under the construction of the UN-GGIM. And let me give you a short overview. The Integrated Geospatial Information Framework aims at assisting countries to move towards integrated and better digital services for citizens. Its focus is improved informed decision-making, contributing to digital transformation. It consists of an overarching strategic framework that provided a forward-looking blueprint based on national circumstances and priorities. Its building blocks, and the blocks focus on policy and the different perspectives and elements of geospatial information. It provides reason why geospatial information management is key to implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, which are defined for the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. The strategic framework is also emphasizing the relevance of understanding. Education and communication are embedded as key building blocks in the framework. I think it's obvious. However, the attention and care for the way for providing the message has long been secondary. I'm glad that the relevance is recognized and that we can only reach decision makers if we speak their language. In practicing what we preach, we're also moving into the second element of the framework, the implementation guide. The implementation guide that's building forward on the pathways. Currently, the consultation phase is expected. It's too important to work together and rely on the existing partnerships. As a geo community, we understand the power of geoinformation, of location-based data. By involving the users of different sectors and partners, we can support their decision-making. Partnerships are becoming more relevant, and by learning from each other, be it our colleagues or the stakeholders from different sectors, bridges are built and progress can be made. In April 2020, at the UN-GGIM High-Level Forum, so next year in the United Kingdom, results from the consultation are expected to be shared. Let's look forward to that. Besides the strategic framework and the implementation guide, the third and last phase of the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, the country-level action plans, will follow. The framework provided us with important lessons learned. In the first place, it's relevant that all working and expert groups of the UN-GGIM initiative embrace the framework. Their plans and activities are aligned to the framework. Especially the last global GGIM meeting in August 2019 provided acknowledgement of this. The framework is a jewel in the UN-GGIM crown, showing connection, coherence and commitment. In second place, the framework builds upon work already done and is the result of sheer hard work in the recent past. Of UN-GGIM, the delegates, the World Bank, the private sector, as well as the research and academic sector. Working together, blooming partnerships and exchange of knowledge and experiences resulted in this level of success. In third place, it's the practical and rather tangible approach, focusing on combining best practices and successful cases at different levels, local, regional, national, global. From different perspectives, be it legal, technological, marine or land related. Sharing these real practices enables the growth of understanding because it works and shows benefits and challenges. Adding up to understanding, adding up to pieces of the puzzle. In fourth and final place, it's the importance of momentum. As you know, the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development Goals requires the need for action. The GGIM community has recognized this and has, especially with the current process considering the framework, show leadership. Geospatial data for decision-making is needed, but time is limited. Availability, quality, timeliness and disaggregation of this data is actively under constant construction to support the implementation of the new development agenda at all levels, regarding all goals. Goals which are challenged by climate change, disasters, inequality, and population growth. As the world rapidly urbanizes with people migrating from the countryside to the cities, there is an increasing pressure on urban areas. There is a need for sustainable and healthy food solutions, taking into account issues such as food safety, waste disposal, and sanitation. I am sure you are aware of the smog and smoke-covered cities, being the result of burnt agriculture terrain many, many miles away, or the state of the quality of rivers and waterways. We, the geocommunication, cannot solve these challenges by ourselves, but we can contribute in evidence-based solution-making. Defining simple messages like everything happens somewhere and leaving no one behind can increase understanding about what should be part of the solution as we listen and learn to speak the language of the decision maker and users, while using the tools being used by them and choosing the formats that they understand well, flexible and fit for the purpose. The framework embodies the importance of these messages and encourages an active way forward. As governments hold considerable amounts of geospatial information, it are the communities most affected by poverty, areas at risk of disasters, as well as mobile data that can keep people informed about disease, outbreaks, or weather patterns. But this information, though critical for development decisions, is often scarce, outdated, or insufficiently integrated and shared. The Integrated Geospatial Information Framework charts a way to change that. When we are talking about leaving no one behind, the thought of land rights comes to mind. Land rights for all is close to my heart. Imagine 70% of the world doesn't have a proper land registration. That means no or insecure access to a home, loans, and economic prosperity. GGIM is advocating the relevance of land administration to lower this percentage of 70%, a huge challenge that requires all kinds of assets to support the decrease of this percentage. One asset is the highest and widest application of geospatial information to effective record, document, and recognize people-to-land relationships. I like to give here the example of Colombia. The Netherlands, represented by the Dutch cadastre, supported the issuing of land rights in Colombia, embodied by certificates. Such a certificate, based on fit-for-purpose and innovative technology, including use of relevant, easy-to-use geospatial data and information, supports quick registration of rights. Progress was made. It was a very simple method, of which we went to the field with the inhabitants of that field, and together with our colleagues in the industry, Esri, who developed the software for us, and a cell phone, we measured the land and made it possible to combine ownership and land. Advantages as that are relatively cheap, fast, and meeting the demands of the users, providing a fundamental basis for growth, prosperity, and shelter. Providing, in fact, also the evidence that geospatial information embraces inclusiveness and sustainable development in an environmental, social, and economic sense. A sustainable case of development optima forma, also a case that addresses the message of the Integration Geospatial Information Framework. National mapping and cadastral agencies play an important role in shaping society. Information related to location is part of right solution making. Innovative technologies can, when combined with knowledge sharing between different stakeholders, transform into strong assets of solutions. Solutions in high demand by societies. It's our responsibility to speed up and share our knowledge about location, simply because climate change is a hard reality, affecting communities everywhere. Be it flooding of seas and rivers, be it unsustainable agriculture and farming, or unavoidable consequences, as health issues, scarcity of resources, social impact on communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Integrated Geospatial Framework is a strong and useful co-created guide for development by the statistics and geospatial community, and by countries and communities. It is our partnership and friendship that can extend the core of the framework. It has been only mere 2 months ago that a delegation from the Netherlands visited India, addressing water management, health, sustainable agriculture, as well as social initiatives and culture. Moreover, in essence, the visit emphasized the strong and sound relationship between two countries, a partnership between India and the Netherlands, a continuing partnership between knowledge economies. Let's see this as an example of working successfully together. And let us hand over the torch to other parties and other countries, to a new generation, to strengthen national and international cooperation, now and in the future. A sustainable future for which responsibility is needed. Everything happens somewhere, and we will leave no one behind. It's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen, for your insight on the integrated approach bringing value to the society. So our next plenary speaker is Mr. Peter Hudlin, the CEO, Ordnance Survey International. May I invite Peter on stage?
Okay. All good? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me over here to come and collaborate with you all. Great to be back in Hyderabad as well. Let's see if we can get technology to work as well here. Other one. Perfect. So what I'm going to talk about today is around what we are doing, all the exciting things we're doing in Great Britain, coming from Ordnance Survey, the National Mapping Agency of England, of Great Britain. I'm going to share some experience. I'm going to show some real tangible cases when it comes to using platforms to disrupt at scale, as we call it, something I believe that any national mapping agency out there in the world, considering the increases in demand from users, considering what's happening to the world that Doreen was talking about, would be interested in. So briefly around us, Ordnance Survey with National Mapping Agency of Great Britain, we provide one of the true core asset information for Great Britain to society, to the citizens and to the companies and politicians there. We've been around for a long time. We are a hybrid kind of organization. We are owned by the British government, but we also required to go out and provide commercial services in the world. So hybrid organization in that case, or in that sense. And we leverage the data we collect. We sell that to companies, utility companies, and other mapping companies, delivery companies, and so on. And we also work in an international environment with foreign governments. So we deploy technology, strategic advice, and so on out there. All this through immense and immense change in our own society, which requires disruption among ourselves, if that makes sense. And I'm going to play back this a bit later on how we have gotten to the position we are at today. We know that geospatial is at heart of our society. We're driving outcomes for millions and millions of people, not only in Great Britain, but in all these countries where we are operating in today, 22 different countries actually. We make people's lives easier, safer, more secure. And Britain, if you just look at our own country, has a lot of challenges similar to Holland. Comes to densification, transportation, congestions, housing, and so on, where geospatial is truly, truly leveraged to overcome challenges. And putting some numbers out there, which are quite interesting and actually impressive numbers as well. Things we touch in community, in the society when it comes to resilience, transportation, safety, land transactions, and so on. The value we bring back to community, to the society, is incredible, to be honest. And that doesn't only go for Great Britain, goes for any nation out there. So where did it all start? I'm sure that most of you have seen this. Okay, I know I was here a couple of years ago and Sanjay had the same slide up there. But to understand, for everyone to understand what we are, the journey we have gotten onto, I just want to lay the foundation for it here. So we keep changing our approach to how we serve a market as a national mapping agency, both in Great Britain as well as helping others out in the world in doing this. Leveraging multiple platforms, technology platforms. And everyone keeps talking about data being the new oil. And then you had McKinsey coming on back of that and actually saying that geospatial is actually considered being a new general purpose technology, which makes it really interesting to us because essentially geospatial is equivalent to electricity and water and computing and so on. It doesn't matter really what it means. It is important. We play an important role. And all of us sitting here in this hall today, I think, has a fantastic position to play in the next industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, which will be skills and knowledge based. So if we do some background thinking, where did Ordnance Survey get to today? This to get a better understanding for where we're getting to. So over the past 100+ years, economy on this planet has been run on oil, right? For the next, don't know how many years yet, it will be run on data instead. That's good news, not only for the planet, clearly, right? But everyone in this room actually has an opportunity to contribute to this, create that foundation of data that's going to play a significant role to us. We can learn, in the sense, from the oil industry when it comes to build, operate, and exploit. The raw crude oil that is pumped from the ground has very little value, to be honest. It's not until it's refined that the value can be exploited. And the same goes for data in itself. So in the new world of data, geospatial data is king, we say. We harvest, we survey, and we capture this raw imagery and the location data. And ourselves, as a national mapping agency, is that refinery. We turn that raw location into intelligence of geospatial data. We use tremendous technologies out there. Esri was mentioned as one of them, to actually provide intelligent data to consumers. And we let them then further enhance this in the ecosystem of partners. So small companies building applications, building companies around this data. So it's a new way of working through data, as we see, and we play a significant role. But where do we actually invest the resources? Because that is the key the key challenge to us. That is what really made us in Great Britain to think about this. And by resources, I don't mean capital only. I mean the energy, the ambition, the focus, the passion that we bring to the industry. We spend most of our resourcing on building and operating, and we've done that for ages. Our biggest investment as a national mapping agency is actually to build and to data, to capture that data, to refine it and process it, and then to put it out there. That's what we spend most of the money on. We spend less on actually deriving value and benefits by exploiting this data. But there is a change to the way we operate, and we see more and more of national mapping agencies around the world thinking in these terms. We invested heavily into capture and in production, similar to getting that crude oil and refining it, if that makes sense, right? We've done this for 228 years. We worked more or less the same way over and over. But by doing it, yes, we do drive value back to society, but there's very, very little benefit as such to it. So we could do much, much better, we thought. And we keep thinking. This is our strategy moving forward. So we believe that in a new resource model, we will have to invest much more resources into the exploit phase. We still need to do the job of data capture and production, of course. We actually need to capture more data than we've done before, more accurate and faster, and produce more intelligence and complex data. Sorry, my microphone is falling off here. So this is a difficult equation for a national mapping agency to actually live by, to get all that together to output what the citizens and companies out there want to do. But that is what we are transforming towards. And it's a very exciting journey, in our opinion. There are definitely many more benefits to various stakeholders inside government, so that better policies can be created, better laws can be agreed on, and to citizens and companies. Not to mention, not to forget the ecosystem of partners like yourself sitting out there. It's very difficult for us to do this ourselves. So this is our way of tackling it. We have the old build and operate model where we invested a lot of capital expenditure, and it costed a lot to manage this and run and operate this. But through something called automation, which I'm sure everyone in here has heard about, we can actually change this needle. We can move that needle significantly. We can automate both data capture as well as the production. We use automated feature extraction technologies, automated change detection technologies, and we can fully realize the benefit of our intelligent geospatial data that we produce. We can therefore create happier clients, true citizen-centric services. We as a national mapping agency can actually become a trusted provider of data, which is one of the key foundation of where we see ourselves in the future. As an example, this is OS Master Map. This is the crown jewel of our operations. It's a world-known masterpiece in the beautiful world of national mapping agencies. Very, very detailed, follows a very thorough specification when our surveyors are out there capturing this data. Any changes we do to any of our products or solutions is made through this map. And then any other product is derived out of this map, right? So it means we start off with a really large-scale map, and we automate on back of that, thanks to the knowledge that we have over years and years in operation, and thanks to people like yourselves in the community that can take this data and actually help us derive and do other, call it cool things, that actually benefit citizens and companies. Important also, we have to continue to, the data we need is not about what we have, it's actually what we are looking into in the future by working with partners as yourself. But all this, the OS master map comes at a cost. And it is, capturing is one thing, maintaining that quality is the tricky and expensive bit. So affordability and accessibility are key lead words in our pursuits moving forward. There are tools, of course, helping us lowering this cost. So new crowdsourced data, enabling various platforms that better process data, that better puts it out there, that simplify the decision making. It's important to us because this is a massive change to us as a government institution. It will be a massive change to any national mapping agency that becomes data-driven, that joins that train journey. And we have to keep changing because the environments keep changing there. We have to keep changing the way we operate to be able to survive for another 228 years. So we're on this journey, and it's a very exciting journey right now. We call it 10 times disruption. How can we really move that needle? How can we really make a change? Rather than making incremental changes, how can we automate more than we ever done before? How can we innovate more than we've ever done before? So automation is critical to us. Partnerships are essential to us. And we cannot do everything ourselves. It's just out of the question. The data flow that comes in that we capture is just too grand for that. So using partnerships, using technologies has made significant improvements into our operations. So, for example, how we managed to turn around processing of blocks as we capture Great Britain from 40 days on average down to 2 days, thanks to working with technologies and embracing technologies and staying innovative. We have reduced conflicts of capture data with about 80%, thanks to the same things, embracing new technologies. Automation, I'm going to touch on that. That is one of the case studies here. Automation in map production. We worked very much with Esri in this, leveraging their software. We have taken 18 years of in-house knowledge, a very manual process, and these days we actually have a machine where we press one button and 10 days later we have complete new map sheets with map sets, right, in various scales. We're surveyors, so we still talk about scales here, excuses for that. How is that even possible to do? Not a single person involved in that entire process. 10 days later, you have new map sets. Well, I mean, with that button, pressing that button, you spin up virtual machines on Microsoft Azure. You get all those databases to run fully automated from large scale into various different scales, right? We are moving huge amounts of data. In one of the previous slides, earlier slides, I showed that we actually currently have over 500 million features generalized into structured data. Ordnance Survey currently sits on one of the world's largest databases. All that gets into motion when we press that button. So to be able to achieve what we're doing in automating our map production comes down to great technologies and great partnerships and a huge amount of know-how, how to tweak those processes. But in principle, Ordnance Survey, we can today instantly develop maps for our customers on a 10-day notice. And we can also help other national mapping agencies out in the world to provide these services into their countries as well, to make them look better and benefit from that.
Sorry to disrupt, Peter, but you have 2 minutes.
2 more minutes, perfect. The next example is crowdsourced data. So everyone knows about the bird's view down. We're talking here about the worm's view, right? Going from a bird's eye view to a worm eye view. We've done a strategic partnership with Intel about installing in the vehicles coming off the conveyor belt today. They actually have cameras. We are tapping into these cameras and get that data stream that is being captured as they run these cars up and down the streets, right? These are primarily commercial delivery vehicles. We take this data and we put it on our OS master map, and we get an even more accurate and fine-tuned data that we supply out to users out there. The challenge here becomes the volume of data. We currently have 40 million vehicles that are already equipped with sucking in this data and sending it to us. So how we actually work with that data and put it out in a format that is actually possible to handle. This is the reality. This is what people are asking more and more for. Where are the street furniture? Where can I put my intelligent IoT sensor? And so on. Layer on layer that captures all these things. This is what customers and citizens are asking for these days from a national mapping agency. And we couldn't do this without what's called deep learning or machine learning. So we built our own algorithms, and these become training grounds for massive amounts of data that we then can exploit in other countries as well. So any country wanting to use this actually get the benefit of Great Britain's trained machinery, and we keep training as we go in further and further into other countries. So we have 3 trillion pixels of Great Britain actually in our own machines. And we have produced city maps in various countries in just 24 hours, giving the accuracy that is good enough for them to operate. So geography is complex, but there are commonalities across countries, and this is how we are sitting on tremendous possibilities to actually transform change. So affordability and accessibility is becoming tangible, and is very much thanks to the automation. Lastly, working in partnerships. So technology is great, it's the easy bit. It's not about technology all the time, it's actually about people. It's about re-engineering people, it's about repurposing people, and better understand how this data to be used and how to capture it in a better way and how to output it in a better way. So I'm more worried about the skills and the capabilities and the leadership than I am about the technology itself. And this is where the partnership again comes in. We have to work in partnerships. And with what we're doing, we are creating this, we call it a virtuous and vicious circle, because we collect more data, means we process more data. That means that we ask more questions on back of that data. And we keep doing this over and over again, so that we grow our knowledge, and we can, again, output more of that. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Peter. It's really insightful to know how Great Britain is leveraging different combined platforms to disrupt at scale. So our next plenary speaker is Mr. Dean Andelight, Corporate Director, International from Esri.
Well, good morning. I'm going to be talking about an interesting concept and maybe a vision for how we put all of this amazing technology into practice. It's kind of a unifying theme, but there's a little catchy kind of a phrase up there. See what others can't. Kind of an interesting thought, don't you think? Those of you who are out in the audience were actually the inspiration for this phrase, which really is what we hope to do collectively as an industry to bring new insights that are needed to solve the types of problems that we've been hearing about already this morning. So now back to the context of India, smarter India, a new India. India, like most other nations, aspires to be better, to be smarter, to be more resilient, to be more competitive on the world stage, to ultimately be more sustainable. And how do we actually help to create this? And how does geospatial technology and the industry collectively really help support these aspirational goals? And I would say it really is from not really a new concept, but it's from an updated concept, which is really applying GIS as an intelligent nervous system. So what is a nervous system? We all have them. Some would say it's the most important organ of our bodies, and it really is what is essential to human life. The human nervous system is quite an extraordinary thing, as you know. Dr. Reddy actually set the stage and the context for this by talking about our senses. So sensing is definitely part of the nervous system. Also, cognition and developing understanding from all those sensors and integration of those sensors, bringing them all together to actually respond in an intelligent way to the environment around us. The other thing is that we also bring other things, our experience and our ethics and our values, into this intelligent nervous system. And of course, it's always allowing us to continually learn through those experiences. Our world actually represents and is in many ways a highly integrated, complex set of organisms. And our world, in a sense, operates as an organism. It is resilient, it's responsive, it's constantly changing. And of course, humans are very much part of it. So our world, to begin to address and overcome many of the challenges that we've already heard about today, needs a nervous system, an intelligent infrastructure, if you will, that allows us to sense, to gain understanding, and to respond in an intelligent way. And actually, it turns out that geography is essential to this. So geography, as you know, is the science of our world. It provides both the content as well as the context within which we have to operate. And one of the key things is it provides us with a common reference system for everything that happens. And it's helping us see, to visualize, because of the integrative capabilities here. It allows us to see new relationships, new patterns, and it brings it all together. And it helps us understand, and it helps us respond. We also heard this morning about this digital transformation. It's going on all around us, and we also are very much part of that. In a sense, what we're doing is co-evolving. It's a very interesting notion here, that we as humans are beginning to interact very much with the real world and the digital world, and we're co-evolving this technology to help us meet our purposes. And it's changing the way we perceive things. It's also changing the way we act. Also, this digital nervous system is allowing us to extend our senses, extend our minds extend the way that we model, integrating open science and artificial intelligence and machine learning, advanced algorithms, and also automation that we just heard about from Peter, to, in a sense, create this geospatial infrastructure for the planet. I would assert that you, who are interested and actively working with geospatial technologies, are already creating this geospatial infrastructure for your own organizations. You're doing projects, you're building systems. You are, in a sense, creating this digital nervous system for your own organization. And you're applying what we call the science of where. The science of where is also an interesting notion. It actually is the intersection of the science of geography and the technology of GIS. This actually serves as a framework and a process for us to measure and visualize or sense all the things going on around us. It helps us to model and analyze and to plan and design and to bring new understanding, and ultimately to take decisions and move to action, which is the response. And so this geospatial nervous system or geospatial infrastructure is actually supported very much by the science of where. Your work also, I have to say, is part of a global geospatial infrastructure for the planet. We're moving from the individual projects that you might be doing. These projects can be combined into systems, and the systems themselves can be combined into systems of systems, like we heard about the UN and this system of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's also happening right here in India, taking information feeds from smart cities all over the country and bringing them into an urban observatory, and I hope we'll hear a little bit more about that later. So you can check and compare and see the status of how we're doing. So this really is through the principles of sharing and the principles of aggregating and leveraging our knowledge and the data, creating a true, smart, intelligent nervous system. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would assert that GIS is actually ready to go to scale. And it really is up to you and your leadership and your ability to apply this technology as pervasive geospatial infrastructure. This is really becoming a powerful and responsive digital nervous system for the planet. It's changing how we see and how we communicate and how we collaborate and how we join forces through data and analytics and human collaboration itself, both for our organizations and helping us combine this information to support a new type of nation, a smarter nation that's more efficient and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, for your perspective on how digital technology is transforming our lives with integration of open science, AI, and machine learning. So we are really running short of time, so I'll just have 30 seconds for each panelist for a wrap-up view. What, in your view, is the value proposition that justifies the move to develop and embrace the next generation geospatial knowledge infrastructure or platform? What is the value proposition, according to you, is for developing the geospatial knowledge platform?
Okay, is this working? Yes. Wow. The value proposition is the sustainability of our planet. I think we don't have a choice. We need, okay, very simply put, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And we need an intelligent way to be able to integrate all this information and make decisions, the trade-offs that we heard about from Mrs. Thapur earlier today. These are not simple things, and we need to take action quickly. I think we also will get lots of gains on a daily basis, as well as dealing with the big picture, simultaneously taking care of the largest challenges that we face today as a society.
I like that, Dean. I don't know. Is this working?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There it goes.
Okay, here we go. I like that, Dean. I do echo the sustainability aspect of it. I do also think that from us as a public sector, a government organization, we're there for our citizens as well. Make them feel safer, secure, being able to develop further. And we also want to go out there and, it might sound cheeky, but to help build a better world. We know there's so much that can be done in land administration, on the cadastral side and so on, leveraging geospatial data for people to actually get a better world. So sustainability ties into that for us as well.
I would like to add from out of a public sector point of view a few things. It's not only about sustainability. Everything happens somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Even if it's teenage pregnancy, pollution, everything happens somewhere. And to make that understandable for the decision makers and the policy makers, our data is of unknown value. And I think it's very important, especially for the public sector, to define or redefine your identity. And in my opinion, we have a responsibility for trusted data. The world has a tsunami of data. Everyone is going into data. As Peter said, it's the new oil. I don't hope so, to be honest. With all the things that I know your message is right, but I don't hope that we have all the things and the politics around it. But we have to take care about trusted data as the public sector in this tsunami of data-oriented organizations and companies.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. And indeed, it was an insightful session. May I have a big round of applause for our plenary speakers?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anamika.
Thank you, Anamika. Thank you, Doreen, Peter, and Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little late, so we are going to break for coffee and tea. But I request you all to grab your coffee and tea and be settled back by 11:30 for the next very interesting plenary session. So we'll break now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we will have a live polling. So for that, you would need to download the app if you've not already done that. So it's called GMC Events. I request you to go to Play Store or Apple Store and download the app and log into it so that you can participate in the live polling. Thank you.
Sir, do you have a presentation?
सबसे पहले 11:25 पर हाँ आ रहा हूँ सबसे पहले 11:25 पर होने वाला
Good morning, and my colleagues in the back, if they can hear me, please, may I request you to take your cups of coffee, tea, and take your seats in next 1 or 2 minutes. We are here for a very historic moment. I can promise you that you'll not repent that. I would also like to request all the think tank members to be kindly come in the front near the stage. All the think tank members to kindly come in the front near the stage. Something very unique which took place in last 2 years was, please sir. Something very unique which took place in the last 2 years was known as, in India we all do that Chaupal, and we did a geospatial Chaupal in Jim Corbett Park twice, and the result was a voluntary-based, what you call as crowdsource, a voluntary-based group of national champions willing to work together, and they came forward to help us build a national geospatial strategy for New India. I would like to just, honor all our, these are all think tank members who are present here at the moment, and we would like to release the document, co-release the document with each one of together. And then can I have the lights, please? So, can I have more lights in the audience, please? This think tank has been chaired by none other but Dr. Mohan Reddy, who is known to be a visionary in our geospatial technology, but at the same time in IT and the nation building. Dr. Reddy, thank you very much for your kind stewardship and support. Would you like to say a couple of just 90-second remarks about this?
Thank you, Sanjay. It was an honor and a privilege to chair this committee with luminaries that you see on the dais today, Dr. Kiran Kumar, General Girish Kumar, and so on and so forth. I can't call out all the names, given Sanjay said 90 seconds. But it was a very interesting, impressive group of people. We sat together to produce this report. It's very comprehensive. It is very prescriptive in nature. Sorry, I'll take that back. It is not at all prescriptive in nature. It's very recommendatory in nature. We left many things open. I think one of the key recommendations that we have is, which is also probably aligned to some of the thinking that we have from the government at this point of time, is to have a national think tank, to have an independent authority which will monitor the geospatial industry, geospatial technologies in the country. We believe that will be the best thing, whether it works with PMO or with Niti Aayog. That's one of the things we think would happen. And the second one is we touched upon many areas. I can't sum them up at this point of time. whether it is to do with technology, skills, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the big lessons are the learnings that we have from other countries. So please read the report, and if you have feedback, I think the way in which Sanjay wants to take this forward is making sure that we also will probably continue to update it as time goes by. So thank you very much, Sanjay. It's been a great initiative from your side, and it was a pleasure working with all the people who are on the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, it's here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So with this, thank you, Dr. Reddy, for your really very quality leadership. It has kept us on target. He is a taskmaster, I know that, and he kept us also on a task to deliver it on time with all the consultation. Well, before we get into the panel discussion, which is the highlight of the day, I would like to run a video which has been produced by our team. So can I have the video, please?
We are on the brink of the fourth industrial revolution and are witnessing disruptive innovations that are driving smart solutions for the future generation. We are in an age that leverages the power of location, an age where geospatial becomes by default in every walk of life. Integrated geospatial infrastructure and knowledge platforms have a direct correlation with human development, making them the most efficient and effective way to achieve the global development agenda. The Geospatial Readiness Index has clearly shown that countries with better geospatial institutional infrastructure and policies have been benefited across almost every walk of socio-economic activities, furthering their mission of sustainable development. India, which houses 20% of world's population, is the third largest economy on purchasing power parity, but it ranks 60 in the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index of 148 countries. In the past few years, the nation has been striving to develop fundamental infrastructure and facilities for citizens. The new India vision of the government is addressing core issues like water, health, education, sanitation, housing, and infrastructure for all. There has been a great amount of awareness about geospatial technology in the country. Interestingly, the Niti Aayog, in its vision document strategy for New India at 75, acknowledges the relevance and importance of spatial data, but there's a dire need of national geospatial infrastructure and knowledge platform in the country. This would not only serve as an instrument of effective planning, implementation, and monitoring of national programs, but will also be the fundamental infrastructure for good governance, innovation, entrepreneurship, and knowledge economy. At the same time, such an integrated and comprehensive approach would help improve productivity, returns on national investments, while strengthening and expanding overall size of Indian geospatial industry, which would add significant societal and economic value in itself.
Thank you. So today's panel, which is themed as Geospatial Strategy for New India, so we have eminent, stakeholders of our industry, community, and for the purpose of making it more constructive and to the point, what we have done is we have grouped them into three parts. The first part is the two pillars of Indian geospatial infrastructure, Indian Space Research Organization and Survey of India, who have the primary responsibility and mandate to develop geospatial data infrastructure, geospatial positioning infrastructure, and geospatial Earth observation infrastructure. They are the ones who have been mandated by the government to provide geospatial knowledge to us. The second group which we have is the users, and well, I'm sorry for the convenience, I need to introduce all our panelists. So our first panelist is Mr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, Vikram Sarabhai Professor, Indian Space Research Organization. And, I want to celebrate this occasion publicly that last week, India launched the latest Cartosat 5-meter resolution, again back as the most highest resolution in the commercial domain in the world. So thank you very much, Dr. Kiran Kumar. He has been the lead designer and lead, in all the space programs. So we have the pleasure of having him, and we'll hear him very soon. Then we have General Girish Kumar, who is the Surveyor General of India. Sir, may I request you to stand up? I have a lot of notes, actually, so I'll go by my memory. So Girish Kumar is someone who has basically brought some life to Survey of India in the last 2 years. We have seen that, and you all must have seen that, how closely he has been working with various stakeholders, and we'll hear him very soon. On the user side, we have a phenomenal group of 4 people, and we have, first is Vineet Goenka ji. He's a combination of politician as well as technocrat, a champion of data sovereignty at the moment, but he runs an organization. He's on the board of Ministry of Railway, one of the organizations known as CRIS, a big user. Then we have Mr. Raj Kumar Khatri, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, someone who has the responsibility to build a state-level GIS and a state-level information system. And what is unique about this user community is, my friend, please. Jagdish actually presents a civil society component. He works with the people on the ground, and he brings a lot of experience of serving the people on the ground in the sustainable manner, and he knows the importance of information on the ground. So that's what is Jagdish all about. And then we have Dr. Mathuria, Executive Director, National Mission for Clean Ganga. So Ganges, the river Ganges is the lifeline of Indian civilization. And he has the responsibility to clean it. It's a huge responsibility on your shoulders, sir. And we have 3 colleagues from the industry. Pramod Kaushik, the President of HICC in India. Rajan Iyer, the President of Trimble India, at the same time President of AGI, Association of Geospatial Industries. And Agendra Kumar, President of Esri India. So this is a wonderful group which I have here for all of you, and thank you very much to each one of you for joining us. Actually, my job is very simple, and just request you to make opening remarks one by one, topic-wise. I'll invite, but keep it to maximum 5 minutes. So I'll start with our friend, Mr. Kiran Kumar.
Thank you, Sanjay, and good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here as part of this Geospatial conference. What India has done over the last few years is trying to bring in from space technology the necessary inputs required for carrying out the activities on the geospatial domain. And what we have been trying to do is build space platform, and as he just pointed out, very recently we have put in a Cartosat 3, which gives us both panchromatic as well as in multispectral a capability to look at the Earth. And just prior to that, we have a series of satellites providing us hyperspectral imaging, and also in the Cartosat series. And we completed almost more than a decade of data generation using our stereo imaging system of the entire country, and not only our country and our neighboring countries. And we have added few capabilities in the recent past. Last year, we had a hyperspectral imaging instrument operating and providing us hyperspectral data. And today, we also have a geostationary platform, which enables us at looking at India and surrounding India at about 60-meter resolution. And if you go to super resolution, about 30-meter, and you can look at any part of India about 100 kilometers by 100 kilometer, few times a second. So you have got a tremendous potential of data coming from different spectral bands and including microwave. We have microwave sensors which can see through the clouds which encompass during the monsoon months of June to September. And in addition to that, the capability of Navik constellation, which is now actually taking quick growth. We have some company already bringing out in a mobile Navik-enabled signal, and then we have the other companies coming up with chipsets needed for future usage in the mobiles. The government of India is looking at possibility of tasking that any new mobile comes beyond a certain date has to be necessarily enabled with Navik. And then in terms of communication, to enable the panchayats to get the broadband required, we have the high bandwidth satellites. One of them is already up in space, GSAT 11, and the next one, GSAT 20, is going to come up very shortly, which will give almost like 114 gigabits capacity. So what ISRO has been trying to do is provide the necessary support from space by putting up appropriate instruments for observation in different wavelengths, both time and space, and then communication and navigation, and enable the geospatial industry in the country to do its necessary jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiran. I would like to now move to Girish Kumar for his opening address. And now we have started 5 minutes timer as well.
Very good morning to all of you. Survey of India, being the national mapping agency, we work under the direction of Department of Science and Technology. Geospatial infrastructure is very critical for any country, and we are mandated to create it and maintain it also. And how we have been doing it over a period of time, that we have the positioning infrastructure, that is the basic framework for the country. And so far we have been using all our passive control works that we carried out great trigonometrical survey 50 years. Then we switched over to the WCT4, and now we are switching over to the continuous operating reference stations, which will be all active control work. So far we have been planning, but now we have already started implementing it in the state of Maharashtra, Karnataka, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and other states will follow one by one. Now there will be a control center, and anybody who stands for a minute with the rover, he'll get the positional accuracy of 2 to 3 centimeters. And if the distance is more than 50, 60 kilometers, then it may go up to 5 centimeters. But there is a very good accuracy. Now the problem comes, some people think that why so much of accuracy is required? Because there are so many applications where accuracy is not so critical. But if you talk about all infrastructure projects of the country, any development project, whether it's a highway, canal system, interlinking of rivers, or planning of urban cities, that positioning is very, very important. Now that was the XY system what we are doing, but now coming to the Z, that is the third dimension. We had developed a system, vertical datum for the India in 1909, but over a period of, you can say, 1 century, a lot of earthquakes have happened, benchmarks have been destroyed, new roads have been created. So then and that was based on 1 port. So now what we have done based on the 8 ports, 4 on the both sides of the coast, east coast and west coast, new vertical datum was launched last year. Now, how do we take that height, in the loosely talked sense, it says height above the mean sea level. Now, the vertical datum has been defined. Now, how to take this from coast to the Everest? In fact, we have helped the government of Nepal also. So, we are doing extensive high precision leveling, that is one. Then we are carrying out gravity observation. And that is converting into a geoid model. Now, geoid model will be very helpful in converting your ellipsoidal height, what we get from GPS, to an automatic height where how the surface is or water flows. Now this activity again is very important because in most of the cities, and we see that a lot of flooding is taking place in the country, also flooding is taking place because somewhere or other, knowingly or unknowingly, the third dimension has been ignored. And I'm sure with this will be very economical, very faster, and very good solution once the geoid is done pan-India. We have already tested it for UP, and we are getting accuracy better than 5 centimeters in third dimension, converting from ellipsoidal height to the orthometric height. Now coming to the geospatial database, foundation database, there is a requirement of very high resolution data sets in the country. Some require few centimeters, like we are working with the land records with the government of Karnataka, Maharashtra, and for urban areas it's required 5 centimeters. For rural semi-urban areas it's 10 centimeters, but for rural area we are going up to 12 centimeters. So how do we achieve this? So we have adopted new technology, like in the morning some of the panelists have said, until we adopt the new technology and we improve our processes, we are not going to complete this. And India is a huge land mass of 3.2 million square kilometers. How to cover that? Mountainous areas are there, jungles are there, forest is there. So what we have done, we have categorized these into 3. That is one where we'll generate data of a few centimeters using drone, and we have already acquired, and we are in a great way going ahead. Second is that where mountainous is there, we are extensively using geospatial technologies, remote sensing technology also. So with the combination of the two, we have already started rolling out maps on 1:10,000 scale, which we have been talking in the last 1 decade. Now, how do we improve this? So we have the 3 technology partners from the industry, and we are thankful to them, and we are extensively using their programs and the software. We have already implemented enterprise production mapping, means maintaining the quality, maintaining the currentness, and as a trusted data, which is one of the foremost for any country. So Survey of India is mandated to provide trusted data to the entire country. Fourth one is timed out, but skill development is one of the important things which we have been doing for the last 1 year and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Girish. So this session is divided into 3 parts. So first we talk about geospatial data infrastructure, and we will actually take some questions as well. But we would like to have now the 2 colleagues from ISRO and Survey of India have outlined what they are doing. So we have another 20 minutes to debate on what they have spoken to with us today. So first I will give a chance to the fellow panelists from the user group that what do you think that Survey of India and ISRO are doing great for you, and what more you need from them? Anybody has a question from the user group?
Can I take this?
Yes.
Yeah. Today I'm recalling that way back in 1996, I was working as a chief executive officer of a Jilla Panchayat, and 40 schoolroom buildings were sanctioned, and the decision was to be made where it should be located. At that time, the GIS map of the district could come to my help. But to convince the entire Jilla Panchayat in the language that they understand, it was very difficult. So finally, after a lot of debate and discussion, 50% was allotted according to the GIS mapping and 50% according to the elected members of the JETP. I would like to request both ISRO and the Survey of India that can we simplify the language of geospatial technologies, which can help the permanent bureaucracy to also explain it to the people as well as to the political executive in a simpler manner.
So who would like to take this?
Yeah, what you're raising is in fact a very important point. We also found during the program of Mission Sujala program how it could be communicated to the villagers. Finally, one of the things that was done at that time, using Rangoli, it was pointed out to them how and to make them understand. What you are saying is very important. That's where one of the aspects this think tank also has pointed out, how to reach out to the different levels of, from officers to bureaucracy to the actual users, how the information is to be provided, how we need to take it to them is an important aspect which needs to be addressed, and this has to be taken forward. Because as an entity, if you look at ISRO's prime task is to develop the technology and provide the technology. And in terms of Survey of India, if you're looking at the maps and making, But the people who have to actually reach with the user community and interacting with them, they are the ones, and the user groups are the ones who have to come together. And that is where probably the need for entities like our Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, which is doing dissemination of information, and where they do also conduct a lot of training programs. That is where this activity has to be done. We have to pay attention to this. I agree with you.
I'll just like to add on what Sarah said. I'll just give an example. In Maharashtra, we are working with the state government, and the Abadi areas have never been mapped in the country. So we initiated the dialogue with the government of Maharashtra, and we said that some part we have to do, technological part we will handle, but we need to bring the citizen also on board. So what we suggested, and they are doing it, they are organizing Gram Sabha, where the entire village is called, and they are explained what we are going to do and how it is going to help them in future. That you will get ownership rights, then economy will unfold, you can take loan, you can repair it, you can sell it, buy it. So based on that, each and every village, they organize a Gram Sabha, explain to them, and then they do their part and we do our part. And this I explained to government of Haryana also, and they also liked it. So last 15 days only we have experimented in one of the village there also. So until we bring citizen on board and involve them and explain to them, and of course the decision makers have to be explained what are the advantages and in simple terms, because they understand how the country is going to be benefited, how our common man is getting benefited out of it. So we need to definitely translate technology and this geospatial services into simple terms and explain to them. I fully agree with you.
Yeah. So one colleague from the industry, do you have a joint question to the two agencies?
Is there any plan for using this data, what's being now done after that it can be used for commercial use, and public at large can benefit by entrepreneurs using it and developing their own applications in various areas like agriculture, mining, on those areas?
Yeah, one of the points is the government is also looking at how the agencies which are making use of the public funds, whatever data they generate, how to make that data available and accessible to the general public and also to the entire user community. Some policy activities are moving on, and I'm hopeful very soon you will see the results of that.
Thank you.
We have been just answered your from Survey of India perspective. What we are doing is that entire data is getting being sent to MOD for security vetting. And whatever data is unclassified, that we are going to make it available for government purpose free of cost, but for commercial purpose at a revenue sharing, either revenue sharing or the payment basis. So that is in our plan. The Department of Science and Technology has already taken a decision on this.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mathuria, please.
Yeah. I'll have a very short observation from perspective of water management. As on date, flood and droughts are recurrent problems that nation is facing. And one of the biggest impediment in dealing with the floods has been the non-availability of high resolution DMs for the entire country. I feel as somebody who is into the water resources that these kind of DEMs, high resolution DEMs, should be available to Central Water Commission. I mean, it can be costed data or free of cost, so that they are able to do some kind of inundation flood forecasting, which is in fact a need and need of the hour for the country. So some kind of policy, some kind of initiative with the government in this aspect, Survey of India has to take.
In fact, we are thankful to the Jal Shakti Ministry and Namami Gange project, where Mr. Mathuria is the executive director. We have undertaken a massive project to map or to generate a very high resolution digital elevation model for the Gange. Along with that, we are doing for other tributaries also, but you have rightly said that very high resolution digital elevation model, so far it was not available. It was only coarse data available, and I'm very happy to announce here that flying has already commenced and the data is being generated, and yesterday only I saw the quality of data and the images and the digital elevation model where each and every bund has been picked up very correctly. So we can give you a model. Along with that, what we are going to do is to measure the bathymetry of the rivers. That has also not been done so far. And we are going to provide very high resolution benchmarks along the rivers so that the correct level of the water is also known and the impact of the flooding is also known in advance so that the government can take corrective action. And under Namami Gange, we are going to tell you that which are the sources of polluting river Ganga. So that project under your guidance is already on, but we'll make this data available in simple terms so that the users or your stakeholders can use it and plan and give you better solutions.
Yeah. So, sir, you can clap, please. We are going to run our first question on the live poll. What is the first question? Can we see in the stage or on the screen or? Oh, okay. So the first question is that how critical is the continuous operating reference station for building a robust geospatial industry in India? You can see right there, General, you can see here. And this is what the audience feels like. This is what the audience feels like. Only 13% are actually neutral or they say that it's not critical. 63% of them say that it's very, very critical, and 25% of them say it is critical. So this is the audience poll live which you are seeing at this moment. That's what the audience is asking for. So let's have a question on this. General, what are you doing for this? And where do you think that ISRO and Survey of India are collaborating to strengthen the positioning infrastructure, which is not only the ground, but also the IRNSS connectivity and making this data and position available to every consumer of this country?
As I said that accuracy requirements is of different set of user segment. That's why we can see that 63% have said
now
very
it has
critical.
become 85. It's live. It has become 85. It's going absolute live.
We are thankful to the users for giving their opinion. This URS network is going to be very critical when it comes to any infrastructure development. As on today, like I said, we have the passive stations. And the passive stations, you need to, if you want to densify or you want to take the further control inside the villages, you need to occupy 3 places. The 3 teams are required, and then only you can continue and then stand there for 2 hours or maybe 4 hours to get few centimeters of accuracy, and then you need to do the post-processing. But once this infrastructure comes up, which is like your mobile towers, so this infrastructure is going to definitely have greater impact.
When?
We have already started. We have already started in Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Haryana, and UP is going to commence in the first week of January. And I'm sure by 2020, end of 2020, Survey of India will be able to complete this CRS network for the entire country.
So, Kiran, would you like to make any comment on, I'm non-technical person. I really don't understand what is this course network and what is this IRNSS and where is the convergence and strength lies?
No, today in terms of course activity, it not depend so much on IRNSS, but it's on GNSS, that is availability of global navigation system thing. For IRNSS inclusion in those activities, means work is in progress, but because we are having S-band as one of the main signals, so integration into the today's course equipment is not total. So today it's primarily dependent on the GNSS satellite signals. But apart from that, I think the emphasis, whatever has been shown as 87%, 88%, probably is questionable in terms of the geospatial industry's total activity, how much of it really gets this much demand. But that, anyway, it's a matter for the people to decide, okay.
Thank you. So, our second question related to this is that who should finance the development of course network? And that's what people believe in the next few minutes is going to change. That, you know, it's always who should finance that? If it is important, that then who should finance that? And it looks like that we put three options: Survey of India and user departments who are sitting in the middle. They are, and they have a lot of money. And then public-private partnership. So it looks like, you know, it's going towards left and right, and center is getting a little easy day at the moment, looks like. So it's going to the Rajans of the world and the Kumars of the world here. Would you like to comment on this?
See, traditionally, Survey of India should be investing into infrastructure, but because of so many other factors, we are adopting this middle path, Survey of India and the user departments, because they are the major users of this technology. Land records have not been updated for a few decades, and this is going to be one of the important factor in updating the land records. So now the state governments are convinced that yes, this is a good investment, and they are going to get definitely good returns out of it.
Great, thank you. By the way, team, do we have any other question on this topic in the poll? No, great. I have one question from my side to this whole panel. Do we see a kind of need for integrated geospatial policy environment? We have about 10 to 12 respective policies, and each one of them have a lot of value. And they have been made based on sectoral strategies. But in the digital age, do we see more of reducing the overlapping conflict of those policies and need for an integrated policy environment? We'll come to you later, but do you see from the users that do you see that there is a need for policy integration?
I think you're the right person. I can take that. I believe at the moment, working in silos, various stakeholders are working in silos, and that would not lead us to the desired results. And as it was pointed out, and a lot of discussion took place in the think tank also, we do need an integrated and policy and convergence of the policies on the usage of the GIS and the geospatial technologies. I would also like to add that in the morning when we were listening to Doreen, the lack of momentum for using these technologies and the push by the users, it will only come with the collaborations and convergence. So where all the three, the government, the civil society, as well as the business community, all three have to collaborate.
Yeah. Anyone from the users want to say? Yes, Jagdish, and then Mathuria Saab.
Yeah, I just want to add, probably one way is to have a convergence policy. The other way is to see that the GIS bit is there inbuilt into all the other policies, spread out horizontally across all, so that there's better integration of GIS into whatever the water policy or agriculture policy that we can think about.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a good suggestion that maybe GIS could be inbuilt into the sectoral policies. Yes, Mathuria Saab.
Yeah, when we acknowledge that GIS as a technology is essential for planning, for implementation, for monitoring, and to see that all these infrastructure projects deliver, then yes, there is an underlying statement that there has to be an integrated policy so that different users are not working in silos. Everyone has its own priorities, own concept, the way he understands, but there has to be a policy statement which dictates that yes, this activity, this is the mandate, this has to be accomplished by this, say for example, Survey of India, or for that matter, NRSC, and then those kind of the database, because see, sharing this data seamlessly through all the user departments is one of the very important aspects which cannot be driven until unless there is an integrated policy which is adopted at the national level and in which obviously states are also partner. So very emphatic, yes, there has to be an integrated policy.
Yeah. So I would like to have a response from the two policy-making agencies as well. Let me simplify. What I'm trying to say is that if the 2-3 policies they don't have a conflicting or overlapping, provisions, and it's very hard for industry to take care of so many different provisions. So how do we simplify the policy in this regard, sir?
No, actually, if you really look at what the government is required to do is to enable things, and industry, when it is delivering, if the industry comes out with the problems that it is facing, how to tackle, what problems need to be tackled, and if that is actually conflicted by a policy, then only policy needs to be done. Otherwise, governance should not be thinking of making policies for all the time. So they should be letting the things grow, and only when there is a real problem of a conflict coming, government should step in and bring in. But probably sometimes we are trying to expect too many things from the government, while the industry may be able to do the activity without that kind of thing happening.
Yeah, so that goes back. Does the industry feels that there is a need of an integrated policy? President HGI, would you like to say something?
I think answer is yes. It's sort of an obvious answer, but it may be, we all understand it's a very tough task, because the way we are structured as a government, federal government, state governments, but I think there should be some facilitating body which takes care of simplifying it for the industry, and things can start moving faster at a better pace.
So General Girish, you have the last word of this session.
Rajan wanted to say something.
Who?
Rajan.
Yes, Rajan, you want to say something?
I just wanted to say that when it comes to policies, KISS, keep it simple and stupid, right? But monitoring is very key. You know, you can have all kinds of policies, but the question is, can we monitor this so that there is compliance? I think that is more important than just focusing on an very arcane set of policies and not being able to monitor.
So you have the last word?
I agree that GIS is becoming essential component in governance also and day-to-day life also. And to generate data or to acquire data, to process data and to disseminate data, we need to have very simple policies. And point has been well noted, and we'll work on this definitely.
Thank you very much for the completion of the part one of this panel discussion. Now I move to the users departments. And let's look at that, what users have to say and what they are doing. So can I start with Vineet Goenka-ji?
Well, I'm the youngest probably in form of the knowledge and age both. And when you run a railway, you are called a coolie in this country. So my perspective is simple. We just run 115 kilometers, or 115,000 kilometers of track. We don't carry more than 4 crore people a day. Sir, we have just around 13,000 passenger trains, and we have 8,000 stations. So that's the simple numbers which we have, almost around 24,000 platforms. We had a small problem, so I would like to thank ISRO for that, solving that problem. And I have a small demand, sir, with you. The small problem is because we are 166-year-old organization. We used to run train, and trains are made of various coaches. Some are AC, some are non-AC, and this. And the formation of the rack happens at the station for many reasons. So what is to happen is, you may have a ticket, and usually the coach is to come at position A, but that particular day, for some reason, we would just shift the coach, say 100 meters away. And think, if she is a pregnant lady, if there is an old man with 70, 80 years of age and with a stick, or somebody young as them, but carrying 4 or 5 luggage pieces, it was difficult, and we used to see many fatality accidents. And we were thinking of what to do, and here ISRO helped us to announce the coach positioning, and which happens, and now we tell you plus or minus 5 meters kind of thing. So that, I thought I'd just thank that the number of deaths and accidents on the platform who is to board the train has come down drastically. So the vision of the minister, Prime Minister, my board, and also people from all the organizations like ISRO that help. But sir, I have another problem which probably you may help. I run trains over your rivers. I cross boundaries because I don't know which are the provincial boundary. I cross almost. I have a passenger who has boarded just a minute back, and I also have a passenger who boarded 48 hours back. So that is the longevity of every passenger who is in my train. And I have a small problem called as cracks in the track. And cracks in the tracks can be because there may be some anti-national activity, there can be blow up, can be that. But in that case, we come to know about that because security agencies are quite fast to react. But another challenge is we have our tracks passing through jungles, maybe Bannerghatta in Bangalore, or maybe passing through Jharkhand or Assam, where elephants cross the track and that damages. Or when I run Konkan Railway near the coast of Maharashtra in Ratnagiri, there are these waterfalls which small stones fall and they hurt my track. Now these cracks which happens may lead to a fatal accident or derailment. And the cracks are not more than 2 to 3 inches. Even 3 inches crack can lead to disaster. Today I only have 25 centimeters specification which is there in my hand. 25 centimeters is very big for me to avert an accident, and it can be loss of hundreds of lives. So my request is we'll have to gear up probably and service us to a smaller area of concentration. That was one part which I wanted to share. The rest I think other people have already covered.
So one guideline, I will request my users to say what they are doing. Your turn of questions to them is over. So now it's questions come to users that what are you doing to make use of this technology? So don't ask any favors from the left and right at this moment.
I thought he will commit in front of everybody and my problem will be solved.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just making it very, as I said that, it's great suggestion. What you just shared about was great, impact on the society. So with this, I go to Dr. Rajkumar Khatriji.
Yes, I think the first two response which have come.
No, it's not yet open. Please put the questions on the off. It is on the screen here. It's not yet open. You please share your initiatives in the state.
Yeah, the roadblocks and the initiatives that you were mentioning. I recall, I'm sure some of you would have heard about the district of Kodagu in Karnataka, that is also called as Kurg, which faced floods 2 consecutive years. And in the disaster management and the risk mitigation, and to build the disaster resilient infrastructure, we brought in the GSI studies on this. And on the positive note, we were able to relocate many people and save many lives second time when the flood struck us. But if you take the usage of geospatial technologies, let's say in urban planning, I was involved in making the master plan for the Bangalore 2031, wherein we use the geospatial technologies for making the existing land use plans, which we discussed with the people on the, there were large congregations of more than 500 people from various wards of Bangalore. But we found that the roadblocks in the term of huge investments upfront. And I recall what Peter was saying, that the data affordability and accuracy is one key issue which we are trying, as a state government is taking initiative that as and when it is possible, we would like to push more and more resources on this. And I believe if you can permit, I would also raise an issue of capacity building, which have been discussed at various forums. And I would like to request the colleagues from industry that if the state government of Karnataka is willing to work as a facilitator, are they willing to take up some capacity building under the aegis of my technical university, Vishweshwara Technical University? Because I don't want this to be led by the government. And as I had discussed with Professor Kiran Kumar a couple of minutes before the seminar began, if we collaborate with you, would you be coming forward to take the lead and start such a forum so that we can address the need of the capacity building?
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we'll go to next panelist, and we'll have the questions after we complete the 4 panels.
So the demands keep coming. So users keep demanding. Hamara
Yes.
dona chalu rahega.
Jagdish, please.
Yeah. I feel like in many other places, like an imposter sitting here, because I'm not a technology guy. And probably there's a reason why I should be sitting here, because I represent non-profit, civil society organizations, research bodies, village people, and even the birds and butterflies which don't have voices but need to be heard in such rooms. So that brings me to what we are planning to do. And I request all of you, if you are around in the evening today, for the launch of the India Observatory, which is basically conceived by us, but as a collaborative effort with many organizations to take data and translate it into action on the ground, so that all the huge data sets, algorithms, analytics are available for panchayats, for ordinary citizens to act on issues concerning agriculture, water, their livelihoods. That's precisely the thing that we are involved in. The second important element of it is that we talk in silos, as you said. Agriculture doesn't talk to forest doesn't talk to sociologists, and technology is very far away. Now, how can this be, the silos be broken and some kind of a systems thinking be brought to village level situations? Because village people don't look at birds different or soil health different or their poverty different. It's all in a connected social, ecological, and economic domain. So how do you take it to that is the larger challenge. So all the data sets have been arranged in a manner that you can play around with them, and actually the system pushes you to connect one domain with the other domain to see the interconnections between variety of this so-called cause and effects happening. With that in mind, I also want to share that there's not that much of good news, particularly from the planet side. First and foremost is we are sitting on a time bomb as far as water is concerned. We have too little water or we have too much water, and also many times too dirty water, too unhygienic water. So that's a chronic slow variable which needs to be fixed across time. So that's something we need to really work on. Water and land, as the speakers in the morning also have said, are somewhat interconnected, are intrinsically interconnected issues. So even under the land-related issues, if you remember, there was a survey done by Prindex in 2016 in which 1 out of 4 homeowners felt very insecure about their property rights on their land. And 1 out of 2 rural people felt insecure about the ownership of their land. Now that's where this space comes in. So in terms of water, we are having problems. We don't even have an aquifer map of India. And till very recently, we didn't even have a panchayat map. We had village maps, but not panchayat map. So how do you bring in this actually into the hands of civil society so that we are not only dependent on governments, we take our own action and we contribute to the larger nation building. So in terms of that, there are several streams which you can think about. The Clean Ganga, the NREG, the Right to Employment Guarantee Act, the range of programs and money is being pumped out. If we fix property right issues in that, if GIS plays a good role, I think if you are liberalizing the economy, at least some 10 times fold, rural economy I'm talking about, to contribute to SDGs, to contribute to carbon, to contribute to bond and bond challenge, as well as the biodiversity commitment. These itself are very good for local people and for the whole planet as such. For that, what we need, I think, is good documentation. We don't get it. And I was so pleasantly surprised when Dr. Kiran Kumar said that now there's a data sharing policy in the anvil, and we really look forward to that. We are desperately in need of using this data for climate-related purposes. The other thing is to join hands. We have scientists, we have research, some people working on birds, some on water, but unless we all join hands, I don't think this problem can be solved. So what kind of servers-to-servers talk can happen? At this point, I'll stop there. I saved you 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jagdish. After this, I would like to hear from Mr. Mathuria about what is he doing as a user to make use of this technology, and how critical is this technology for his mission?
Yeah, I represent the Namami Gange program of Government of India, and we started with our objective was to restore the wholesomeness of the river, or to make the river pristine and clean. Now, river is something different from water as a resource. they are two distinct terminologies and with very distinct objectives behind them. So our objective was to work for the river, and we started working with looking at the major sources which were contributing the pollution to the river. And so therewith we started with the sewerage intervention projects, which consumed maximum of our resources. But working through going through this journey of last 4 years and so, we found that river was something very much different. And we really acknowledged that river floodplains were something which were to be restored. So how to create a baseline information, and therein we understood and utilized the real power of geospatial technology. We had Survey of India as our partners, we had NRSC and ISRO as our partners who are handling Bhuvan platform for us. We started recreating a very high resolution digital elevation models for the entire Ganga mainstem, 10 kilometers corridor on the both sides. The purpose was to create a baseline. What are those no development zones, and what should be those regulatory zones wherein certain kind of activities can be permitted and not permitted. Now this information, as everyone will acknowledge, is dynamic, both in terms of space and time, and therein the importance of geospatial technology was very well understood. So this is one of the massive interventions that we are undertaking, and we know it will be used for flood forecasting purposes also. And then, starting with the Namami Gange program, Honorable Prime Minister came out with his clarion call for GeoSmart mission, and a very gigantic investment has been promised for providing potable water to a very big 18 crore of the population in this country. And these kind of interventions which focus on creating a very big infrastructure will not be possible unless these are monitored, and obviously geospatial tools are the answer to it. We have also started recreating under GIS only, recreating the history of Ganga using some historic imageries of the US satellite, coronal imageries using that. And then, as I've said, we are also mapping the cultural biodiversity of the river Ganga through INTEC and other organizations. All these are being done on the GIS platform only. We are also mapping the microbial diversity of the river Ganga all throughout its entire reach, and we are doing it through NIRI. So again, I'll emphasize that again GIS platforms are to be utilized, and every sort of this information will be in the public domain under aegis of what we call Ganga Knowledge Center. So this is something which will be in the public domain for everyone to consume, understand, and do his own kind of the research as per his wisdom. We see whatever a 20,000 crore of investment that government has promised in this program is something which has to be really seen that what are the results. So there is a very massive water quality monitoring program for the Ganga, main Ganga and its tributaries. And that information through dashboards and through a system of, creating an information system will be in the public domain using GIS platforms. So these are some of the activities, these are some of the major interventions that are being planned under the Namami Gange program, apart from, as I've said, GeoSmart mission of the Government of India. Since I happen to be part of Ministry of Jal Shakti, so I thought it is I must inform this August gathering about these. And apart from that, there are number of R&D schemes, R&D projects also which are being undertaken by different IITs, NITs and CSR institutes, and which again the information is to be imbibed, is to be intertwined with the geospatial technology and the tools. And we propose to recreate a Ganga Knowledge Center wherein all this documentation, that information will be available in the public domain. So, and I know there is vast sea of information, sea of areas in which more number of activities will be taken up. So with this, I'd like to conclude saying that this is one of the very important tools which we are using in our both monitoring of the projects as well as to reap the benefits out of our interventions.
Thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of the opening remarks. So now the question time is there. So, sir, both of you as a national agencies, what do you think that the sectoral user departments should do more to adopt the geospatial technology into their respective mandates and respective businesses. It's your turn to ask questions to them.
No.
It's your turn to ask questions to them.
Okay. No, the primary thing is, of course, when the user departments are looking for solutions using geospatial technologies, many times what we find when we have discussions and this thing is, in terms of clarity on what is the end objective, many times doesn't appear to be very clear. So actually, the solution that is needed depends on the definition of the problem and moving ahead. So there is many times, apparently it appears to us, maybe it is our way of looking at things, but we find that that end clarity on what is the requirement is not very well defined many times, is one problem that we face when we have discussion with user departments.
So I hope you got the question that, as a user organization, what sir has been very kindly, softly saying that you don't specify your requirements and your, your needs very well.
And this needs is not so much dependent on technology. It's a functional need.
Exactly.
The functional need can have multiple technology solutions. Many times, the functional need and a particular technology requirement gets mixed up.
So who's like to respond to this as a user?
Yeah, it is. Can I take the question?
Yes, yes.
You are right, because till this, the line ministries is to think that it is their responsibility to deliver the things, how it comes for. And so the line ministers were probably busy in doing that. But I think this interaction, this kind of interactions and many other interactions help the line ministry to identify the problem, and also a general knowledge or access to information gives them where is the solution lying. So I always say that the problem has multiple subsets of solution. One is unaffordable solution, another is affordable solution. Then the affordable solution has been backed by a decision by the decision makers, another is not been backed. The decision which have been backed then requires a technical solution like this. Like example I gave, where I would like to know where there are cracks. I think probably I am the largest consumer of water in the country, because we need water for everything, for our passengers, for running our engines. I in fact run 4 steam engines, so I need to pump water in that engines also. Now, GIS information about source of water may help us that we don't pump water in the engines or the passenger coaches in cities which are already shortage of water. So if a rack starts in Mumbai or in Bangalore or in, for that matter, in Delhi, why do I have to refill the water there? You can tell me the information where there is ample water. I can create a stoppage there to refill the water and save that precious resource of water probably that.
Any questions from industry side to the users? Oh, yes. Sir, question. Don't support them.
You have to question them. That's what he's asking.
No, see, users should never be questioned. I always feel that it's a iterative process, and a lot of awareness is to be brought in. The user must be told from our side also that how this technology is going to make their operations simple. Generally what we do, we dump a lot of data on them and then say, now you use it. Now the problem is that the user from their side, they are not interested in which format, which data, and generally this is what we do. No, we must generate a lot of data and give it to the user. I feel that we should give them simple tools to handle, and there is no allergy to using those tools. But if you dump entire data on the user, then definitely there is going to be a big chaos. So a lot of work has to be done in this field.
Okay. Any questions from the industry group to the users?
From the OEM point of view, not a question, but a suggestion just based off of what Dr. Kiran Kumar said in terms of specifying. It's not only the level of detail of specifying, but also how early in the workflow do you specify the use of technology. Typically, the earlier you adopt technology, the more synergistic the effect of the technology. So from a feasibility planning stage to a design, let's say design, construction, and then operation and management. I think if you can cover the entire workflow.
So you don't have any questions to the users. You are very happy with them.
Well, this is a suggestion, humble suggestion. As General Girish Kumar said, users are always right, but we can offer humble suggestions.
Okay, great. Let's see what audience says with the users. Do we have a question now on the screen? The first question is that, what is the main roadblock user agencies in adopting geospatial technologies? Oh my God, they're saying that cost of data and infrastructure, lack of trained human resources in the user organizations, as well as unclear return on investments. These are the three things which, this is what is the challenge which the users are facing. At the same time, the solution lies with them or with other stakeholders. Is it going to change on this?
Sanjay, I have one slight difference of opinion in this. The big with the user organization is not the cost, because there is enough budgetary provision, neither the lack of trained HR, because we can source people from anywhere. The biggest challenge, and I'm admitting that very frankly, is the desire not to change from the current position. I think that is biggest problem in the user.
So would you like to respond to this? Anyone want to make a comment on this? That is the cost of data and infrastructure is so heavy? That's what every user is feeling here? Yes?
The cost of data and infrastructure will be heavy if everyone wants to work in verticals and silos. But if we join hands and make it simple, like what we have seen, the example of the United Kingdom and in Netherlands, we are spending money on same project multiple times. But if we share our requirements, share our infrastructure, then the cost definitely comes down to a great extent. So this should not be a really roadblock for any adopting geospatial technologies.
Yeah. How do we address, and it's the open question to all, how do we address the last thing, clear return on investment? Everybody looks at return on investment, and this is what we go to the ministries also down. These days they ask, what is the benefit? What is the value? What do I get out of it? How do we address this? Anyone has an answer to this in the panel? Yeah?
That sometimes it's the social benefit, which it may be hard to measure. The second piece also can be is that when the so-called the final outcomes are not specified when we start a project. If we make very clear-cut objective, this is what we want to achieve, and I'm sure about it, once those objectives are clear, then you know that there is absolutely an ROI on that, that's why you're doing it. It could be social, it could be economic, and it could be for the, I would say, larger growth of the nation, But also, I would say sometimes this return on investment not being clear can be lack of knowledge, or by the time project is completed, you lost your interest, especially the user groups. And they think that let it just be a tick mark, I don't care about what's happening, because the fatigue has already set in because of our processes.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah. See, Indian Railways, we have more than 23,981 freight wagons where we carry goods, and almost around 59,700 plus passenger coaches. And yet you would have seen, before 2015, every year we used to procure 400 or 500 coaches. Each coach is almost around 1 crore rupees. Now, if I leave the transparency issue, there was a genuine need. So, if that is a non-transparency, then I can't comment. But there was a genuine need because you used to feel that coaches are not available. Now, with the geospatial technology coming in and we tagging every wagon, now today my CRB, that is Chairman Railway Board, knows exactly where there is a coach. So, when we make a rack, we know where to source the coach nearby. And that's why you see in the last 3 years, the procurement of new coaches or wagons have gone down tremendously. So the ROI, if you see, is enormous, because one coach, if you save buying one coach every year, and if you per kilometer usage of the coach goes up, naturally the cost is very high. Number two, what he said about the social. one death avoided, can you quantify the amount? I don't know. And when a pregnant lady wrote to the Minister of Railway, that is, thank you, sir, now I know where the coach comes. I think that is complete ROI for me as a service organization.
Absolutely. ROI could be tangible, intangible, social, economic, all that stuff. But his point brings back to what Kiran said in the beginning, that if you define your project and your problem statement well, it will be easy for you to define the benefit. It could be social benefit, it could be economic benefit, it could be business benefit. So if you don't have any other, do we have any other question on this panel on the live poll? Please run that. Now, this is interesting. We started with a problem, but then we have a question. What is the key benefit you derive from the use of geospatial technologies? And interestingly, 50% of the people say efficiency. 7% says reduced cost of resources. 38%, it keeps on changing. Transparency in the system. And 3% says helps in compliance. So that's also connected with a kind of transparency. So does the user organizations think that this is this is contradicting what was said in the last slide and this slide? Yeah.
I think from a village's perspective, the third one, the transparency in system, because if they are interacting with the state or with the government or with the local private player, the proof of their land records, ultimate thing. Once you stabilize that, they're in a better position to negotiate. So I think GIS offers the true potential of actually getting the records straight and the transparency of transactions, sorted out.
Just adding on to that, we have now gone for the urban property records in the form of a document which could be legally, vettable as an evidence of your rights on the property. Because the transaction that takes place in the sub-registrar's office, that document doesn't actually entitle you for the rights of the property. I would like to put in the improved service delivery as one of the major benefit from the geospatial technologies.
So you see that improvement in service delivery is a major benefit in this. And improvement in service delivery is also could be seen as efficiency in your system.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yeah, hello.
And even one of the ignored, the bar, improvement in compliance. I'll quote an example. For example, in Ganga Basin, we have got 1,000+ grossly polluting industries. Now, how do they perform against the consent which has been provided by the pollution control boards? So that is wherein some sort of, in fact, online continuous affluent monitoring systems have been installed in the industries. They throw the data. That data is mapped on a geospatial platform, and that shows that which sector of the industry is performing or defaulting by what. So it is a very important aspect. Compliance of whosoever is required to comply with the environmental laws. Apart from efficiency, obviously optimizing the system, optimizing the gains is one of the biggest benefits. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Jagdish?
Just to add again, basically because of some of the partners who are sitting there and their work, their contribution in terms of developing a birds distribution atlas using GIS, that cannot be captured in this. It's very important for science, it's important for habitat restoration, which will otherwise mean certain species will disappear forever. That's one group which is working there. The second group has done, using again GIS, restoration of high mountain cholas in the South India, which is only possible at the level only because of GIS. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do that kind of a scaling exercise. The third, which is another organization which worked on what Doreen was talking about land rights, is actually providing GIS-based maps to the High Court of Gujarat, which establish the people's rights on land. So these are phenomenal breakthroughs.
Yes, General Girish, you wanted to say something? No. You wanted to say, sir, please.
Go ahead. Complete after that.
See, I think transparency is the biggest issue in any democracy. So that is one part. But let us go little 2 steps behind. No? Not that the bureaucrats or the technocrats or the politicians like me are always corrupt and they don't want to do a transparency. It is the information available. Informed decision making is better than uninformed decision making. Technology helps you to have more information and accurate information. When we are laying a track, if I know how much drill down I have to do and put a pile, and if I just V-sheet 600 meters and my requirement of drilling down is half, I think that information also helps me to save a lot of money. So the productivity is not purely on transparency, it is also on informed decision making. And informed decision making makes a person who takes decision more capable.
Thank you. Sir.
What I was trying to say is the following. See, in terms of technology, technology is neutral. Technology doesn't know whether what is right or what is bad. It finally, like what even Vinit was telling, informed decision making, for that informed decision making, allowing the technology to do the job it is required to do is also a process which the users have to look at. Because many times it may not permit the laterals to get into the information system. So it's more about having people looking at their core values and then making decisions and using all the tools and technologies accessible for delivering solutions.
Thank you, sir. With this, I would just like to summarize this session. And I would like to say that user departments, it is coming a little bit of softly, but then they also need to develop more capacities to understand the technology and also find out, clearly define their goals of the project so that we can deliver those solutions better. Isn't it, sir? So with this, we'd like to give, end this session and we into the third component of this important panel. And the third is about industry and innovation. So I'd like to start with Pramod, if you can share your opening remarks on this industry and innovation underpinning value for the national development.
Well, you know, a couple of trends happening today in terms of technology, and it's moving at a very, very neck-breaking pace. Starting with the sensor technology, so much is being impacted that you take accurate data, develop a smart digital reality today. No more I would say only a digital reality, but a smart digital reality. Going to the processing softwares which are having so much of AI and ML content being added into it to make the workflows faster, much better, and then finally reaching to more of autonomous systems. So the trend is from automation to autonomous, and this trend is really catching up. And some of the things which are aiding this from automation to autonomous pieces, that some of the technologies like big data analytics, this sheer size of the data science, inventing itself to come out with newer ways of processing it, handling such a huge amount of data. Cloud is, of course, a very big, I would say, a factor today that everything is just moving on cloud. And also in terms of the cloud, still to reduce the latency and also to see that the bandwidth is not choked, because we are talking these are all buzzwords and happening so much on the cloud piece that, we really are seeing that this cloud piece is moving towards the edge computing. Edge computing is another piece, so that the amount of data which is so much, and it takes so much of time actually would require to process it, because every machine is generating so much, every activity is generating so much. So the edge computing is also catching up, that everything is happening on the device. It becomes faster, instantaneous, and then whatever is required on exception go to the cloud piece. That's the another piece. And whole thing is also about, I would say, in terms of visualization, integration, there's so much going on. 3D visualization, 4D piece, 5D piece, seeing the things on real time. Like if a plane is coming, ATC controller would like to see that how many, at this point of time, my planes are in the air. You can see it visually see at this point of in real time, not having a dated data, but on this piece, So edge computing, AI, machine learning, and AI is, again, it's a very important buzzword, but it takes so much of time. Training your models, making your algorithms to train them, retrain them. You can't use one AI piece onto the other piece, because every, user has a different definition. So all these new technologies are taking and making a solid impact even on OEMs like us, all of us sitting here. And this has now become part of the overall autonomous ecosystem that is each, whether it's a smart factory, smart farm, it will be a smart, I would say, anything in terms of even mining, smart mines, pit to port, the entire digital piece which is there. All these have to be working independently when they want to be. They're autonomous by themselves. But if you want to connect all these autonomous bodies or these systems working together, making them an overall, if they want to talk to each other, to make an entire ecosystem, they are running of their own independently, but as well as they're able to speak if they're required to make it a smart nation. And if you look at some of the live examples which we are facing today, we are talking of smart cities so much, investment is going in so many, I would say, organizations are working on it. We are working on this, so we have to create first a digital city, safe city, and then a smart city. All these trends are catching up, and we find more and more the RFPs which are coming on these smart cities, they are really having those signs of all these three things coming together.
Thank you, Pramod. Thank you very much. Can I have Rajan to deliver his opening remarks on this topic?
Sure. As we already saw, geospatial technologies is becoming very critical for nation building. We already saw all the questions and the polling answers. Increases efficiency, reduces cost, basically makes the timelines achievable with all these projects. What I would like to add is, in addition to geospatial technology, I'm very excited about this new trend called constructible BIM. BIM stands for Building Information Model. Actually, building is a misnomer. Instead of building, it should say anything we build, we need to create an information model around it. Basically, a constructible BIM is a digital twin of a physical infrastructure that we are going to build, whether it's a road, rail, bridge, tunnel, dams, houses, high-rises, whatever, right? BIM has traditionally been talked about as a design tool for visualization and data sharing, but more and more increasingly, BIM is being asked to be an aid in construction. So once I have a BIM model, how do I enable it to actually construct what I conceived? I think basically it needs to have three qualities for it to be a constructible BIM. One is it should be connected, which means the various stages in the workflow and the various stakeholders in the various stages in the workflow. So if you take a road construction from feasibility and planning to alignment to survey to earthworks to actual construction to operation and maintenance, there are various people involved. There is contractors, subcontractors, owners, regulatory bodies, etc. A BIM of that particular road should be able to be viewed by all the stakeholders at various points in real time and be able to connect the dots. So if the change is made in, let's say, based on some survey, an alignment is changed, that should be reflected across into the design, the earthworks, and the construction stage. Similarly, when you have to operate and maintain and you have to do some rerouting or redoing some of the surfaces, that needs to basically work back into your survey and earthworks and construction again. So it's basically like a cycle where all stakeholders have to be involved at all times. So one is connected. The second is content-rich or content-enabled. This is especially true in case of complex structures, such as airports, such as stadia, such as bridges, tunnels, dams, and so on, where before you construct, you should be able to visualize completely in 100% detail that particular physical infrastructure, either in your virtual environment or in a real environment. We call that mixed reality. So the level of detail should be such that it should not only be about design level parameters, but also actual construction, where you can detect clashes, you can actually see an individual light bulb being put in at the end of a runway. So that is the level of content that we need to do. And the third piece is, as I said, connected, content-enabled, and to be able to go to the factory and basically take the design and manufacture it in the factory and bring it back to the field and basically assemble it. So that is what I mean by constructible. So I think these three are very important, and this enables you to create a digital twin of a physical infrastructure in real time, so you can overlay, based on 3 dimensions, you can overlay resources, cost, time, and so on. And also use technologies such as mixed reality to be able to view. So I think visualization, sharing, collaboration, all these are going to be important for the future of constructible BIM. I think that is the way to do it. So if you want to create a digital twin, and that has all the benefits of transparency, ease of operation maintenance, cost reduction, planning, and so on, I think everybody should buy into this constructible BIM technology in addition to geospatial. So geospatial is outside. I would say constructible BIM refers to the structure that is being built. So,
thank you, Rajan. Thank you very much. With this, I go to my last panelist, Agendra Kumar, but last but not the least important. He's very important. So, again, you have some slides, I guess.
Slides.
Oh, it's not working.
Yeah. This is working, I guess.
Right. So I'm going to talk about a subject which has been spoken about in the morning a couple of times, and that is about geospatial infrastructure. It's simple, but it's important, and we see a lot of progress in that area for last few months, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of changes happening over the next couple of years. So basically, just to recap, geospatial infrastructure is all that you have, your content, your applications, your people, your servers, storage, whatever you want to call, you have at one place. And the idea here is to support all the users across the organization, get everybody engaged, and make sure that your individual people, organization, departments, everybody gets connected with that and make use of that. And it could be distributed, but interconnected in terms of architecture. And many of you are here geospatial professionals. So geospatial infrastructure, when it is integrated and distributed, it gives you all the features and flexibilities of using different technologies. It gives you analytics, it provides you different content, it provides you publication facilities, it helps you access open data, it helps in creating different applications and sharing that across the community. And it also delivers a lot of capabilities in terms of running projects, in terms of creating different maps, visualization of data, managing field operations and data collections, running different kind of analytics, bringing in data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all that together in one place, and create different dashboards for decision making and getting glimpse of what's going on. Now, what has happened over a couple of years, if you see, different technologies are coming together. Why this was not being talked about earlier? Because the compute power was not so easily available. The network bandwidth has grown over the years, and today we bring it to a concept of a hub where we can create a repository of content and data and information, and we can share that with different stakeholders. We can host the applications on that infrastructure and make it available to different users. So that helps us in creating larger engagement and interconnecting different communities together, bring them on common platform. So we talk about the concept of hub which brings together open data, different kind of initiatives, organized communities, give different kind of access to different people. So it's one centralized repository of everything. And I'll give you a couple of examples which are from India in a moment. And we can apply this concept to the urban area. We see a lot of work going on in smart cities, and we do have examples in India itself where the concept of hub is being used in urban applications. So here it's bringing all the projects together, how the progress is happening, what resources are available. So bring everything together at one place and share with different stakeholders. So the first example which I would like to take is about India Urban Observatory, which has been set up by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in Delhi. So what they are doing is they have hosted their geospatial infrastructure on a cloud. They have partnered with AWS, and their application and content is hosted on cloud. And they are able to bring content from all over, from different smart cities. Wherever they have sensors and other ways of collecting information, they are bringing it together in that urban observatory. And what they're able to do there is compare the progress of projects from one city versus the other, compare the traffic patterns or number of accidents in one city versus the other. And this can be taken up for various other features of the smart city. So it's a place where all that content can come and analyzed. The second example I would take is about Bharat Maps. It's a very good example of a geospatial infrastructure. It's like a hub where they have their own infrastructure, and they provide all the content, and they host applications which are being used all across different departments of government. And the third example I have is about Bharat GeoHub, which has been established by Survey of India. It's also a good example of hub. The objective here is to gather all the content from different state and different central government departments, bring it to one place, and share it across with different other departments and ministries. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you again. So you saw that how the technology is actually simplifying everything. It's not actually complex. The three colleagues from industry talked about technology, and it is empowering information services, which Dr. Raj Khatri also talked about. Is the best value which we get is in delivering services to the people. So now is the time to have questions from the industry. So any of the panelists from this group or that group wants to have questions to the industry? Do you have any questions to them?
I'm afraid they'll ask those questions. When are you going to implement new technologies?
But still, do you have a question to them? Anyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I do.
Question.
I still feel that after about 2 decades plus, this technology being here in different forms, still it's a very niche area. So how do you see going forward in the next 1 decade, the options of opening up more startups or collaborations?
Yep.
To ensure that, this I would say, what you call is niche industry is having more secular view, having more information, getting more democratized. We get aligned, I would say, to more of these mainstream IT applications, work with larger consultants, who have been working with the government departments to go to those so that they got influenced, and then they indirectly influence the government officials. And other more important point which I keep saying, make it simple, especially for the bureaucrats who are supposed to take decisions. You make it simple for them, they understand what's the utility in their department, in their function. Things are going to move because they are going to own it, versus we owning it and we keep fighting sort of a tough battle, versus they start owning it. So the ownership has to go to the user departments, and our job remains to make it very, very simple, don't complicate it.
Thanks. So Girish, you have a question to the industry, or?
One suggestion and question both. We are using your technologies and they're great solutions with them. But most of the time we get stuck with the import and export business. So I have been suggesting our colleagues that why don't you use that Government of India initiative of Make in India and make it simple for us also. Because like now, I'll tell you, give you an example. We are flying and we are using sensor of one of you. And the sensor has gone, something has gone wrong. Now we are out of operation for 3 weeks because the engineer will come from abroad, he'll open it, see it, fix it. So why not we slowly and slowly, because India is a big consumer of technology now, and geospatial is going to be the main driving force in governance. So why not consider that make in India and make it simple for ourselves?
Yeah. Answer? Yes, you are the president AGI also.
It's a catch-22 for us. Certainly, we are very focused on Make in India initiatives. In fact, from our company, we are already making certain products that are fully designed and made in India for the world, actually, in the telematics industry. You know, it's a question of scale. You know, frankly, our businesses are, you know, very data-driven and driven by business potential and business goals. And the question is, okay, if you say make in India, no, how do we make it? What is the total opportunity? How big is it? So for example, nationwide course is a very seminal project for us also, because the numbers make a lot of sense. You know, when you talk about hundreds of course stations across the country, you know, it's a different ball game versus, you know, one state going for course, and we don't know what the future is. Now we have a path to the future, so we'll certainly endeavor to make in India. We want, I would like everything to be made in India, you know, frankly, you know, because it makes it easier for us in terms of import duties, in terms of support, in terms of you know, local components, employment, etc. We have seen the benefit of that in the telematics industry. I would like to extend it personally. But the question is, I have to provide a strong business case. Yep. I think the scale is very important. If we can show scale in India, which is obviously theoretically there is there. In fact, I was talking to my new boss, who is the 7th as of today. I've had 7 bosses in Trimble. And his question was, Rajan, you got to tell me when India will transform from opportunity to reality. That means big opportunity. Ms. Sitaraman is going to announce some $1.3 trillion worth of infrastructure. And we all know that infrastructure needs geospatial technology. It needs constructible BIM technology. So, and the benefits are huge in terms of cost improvement, time improvement, and so on. The question is, how do we translate that opportunity? $1.3 trillion is a lot of money. Even if I get 1% of that, that is fantastic. How do we distill that to a reality? And I think that is the challenge. And if that happens, you know, 1%, 1.3 trillion is $1 billion. Believe me, there will be make in India for the world.
You want to add again?
Yeah, I just would like to comment on the question which was asked by Mr. Khatri about how do we make this popular and easy and to everyone and available to everyone. I think making GIS available at education institutions is the most important thing. If we popularize that at school level and also at college level, not only for geoinformatics or civil engineering, but for every discipline, because as we have discussed, today geospatial technology is relevant for whatever discipline you are in. So unless we start teaching it to every student, irrespective of the fact that whatever they are studying, you know, if we do that, it will help a lot in making this available, easily understood, easily adopted by a wide section of people.
Thank you. So I'll come to you, sir. You wanted to have a question, and then Vineet, and then Girish?
There's a great deal of skepticism in sharing data, and I imagine, you know, basically because issues around land and all, when we talk, there are, at least with Esri we dealt with this, and what kind of, what is the industry doing about improving the trust deficit on data privacy? You know, that's the kind of, is there any serious thinking around it? On data privacy, particularly belonging to village people or the less ones?
Yes, again.
What's going on about data privacy, right? Okay. So Yeah, data privacy is a very important topic which is being spoken all across. Geospatial data, there are two kinds of data. One is what you create yourself, so that remains in your organization, that's your property, and you should be able to keep it under your control. And second, the data which you use from outside, which is usually aggregated. When anybody collects geospatial data for use for a variety of commercial application or running analytics, that data cannot really be pinpointed to a single individual. It's aggregated, it's put together, and you use the inferences which come out from that data. So there we do not have so much of concerns of privacy because you cannot identify who does it belong to. But within the organization, when you build those applications, I think you need to be mindful that you share with external world what you think is appropriate, and you build controls in your applications appropriately. And most organizations do that. If you take an example of any large organization in the country, any large government organization, they will open some data which is open, which is actually called open data, which they feel quite safe in sharing with anybody at all. Second kind of data could be what you share with different government departments, and third is what you use totally inside. You don't share with anyone. So I think enough checks and balances have to be built in your geospatial infrastructure in terms of security features and controls to manage this properly.
So from absolutely to second what Agendra said, we take data privacy and data security very seriously because we offer solutions as software solutions as licenses, software as a service, pay-per-use, across a wide variety of industries, survey, mapping, agriculture, telematics, construction. And we apply the same global level of global standards in terms of data privacy and security, and we monitor that. We work with AWS and Azure both. In addition, private cloud, in addition, on-prem networks. So we have all these variety of network infrastructure that we manage, and we manage our own private, our own data center. So in all these cases, we actually actively monitor data privacy and security with the highest level. So it's very critical because if we lose our customers' confidence that their data is going somewhere, then we lost their business. So, and I think I want to add that we do randomize data collection. Anytime we share anything with a third party, it is completely randomized and secure.
Thank you. So, Vinith, you want to have a quick question?
There is no, if you can get my mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there is a difference. The difference is my accountant versus his accountant. His accountant, when I say all the private sector, they have an accountant who measures things in two parts. One is the top line and second one is the bottom line. How much volume of business you do and what is the savings which you have. And I've been hearing this, and then you see what, the resultant is more people died with malaria post the vial was invented, the solution was invented, because those who had the control of the patent said we will not give it to you till you pay for it. People today die, more people die for cancer even when there is solution for cancer because they cannot afford this thing. His accountant, his means private sector's accountant, measure things in the top line and bottom line. My accountant measures things in the increase of lifespan, decrease of pain. So can I request if the industry can arrest their greed of top line and bottom line and share their inventions and their good things with the society of large so that we can decrease pain and increase happiness.
Sir, they will become NPA. If they start doing this, they will become NPA. Another liability for your government.
And you know what is the funny part, Sanjay? When they make profits, they are capitalists. And in India, when they make losses, they take the socialist route and they come to government, please bail us out, and we bailed 70,000 crore rupees.
No, I agree. The point here is that their profit is their shareholders and your profit is public good. So everybody is working for profit.
I'm just requesting them to arrest the greed to bring it little down, not that cabinet.
So you can negotiate affordability. That's what he's asking. If you give me a volume, I can be better, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Anyways, Girish, your question.
Not question. I just wanted to add what Jagdish was asking, that why, when these softwares will be affordable and usable. We, along with the Esri, we have developed a portal, two portals. One is the public portal and second is the G2G portal. In that portal, we have provided certain tools for a common man in public portal. Like if he wants to do some basic analysis and basic work, he can do it without even uploading his data. He can do it on his desktop, use the certain tools. So we are making it simple for any common man to use it. Similarly for G2G, we have developed dashboard for departments. It means they don't have to really go for procuring or buying expensive softwares. But if they want to do some advanced analytics, advanced usage, then definitely it is required. But for day-to-day functioning, dashboard is there, simple tools are there, and they can use it. So definitely that some shrinkage between the bottom line and top line is happening slowly and slowly.
Okay, so we're going to the one question by the audience. Let's see what is the question. I really don't know. But can you just put that question on the live? Well, the question is how ready and enthusiastic are Indian users in adopting innovations? Because we're talking of innovation, the question is that how ready and enthusiastic are Indian users in adopting new innovations?
Very enthusiastic.
Looks like a lot of people are saying enthusiastic. But the point is that are we equally as well to make use of this technology and this enthusiasm? So this is the last question for each panelist to respond to and see that what do you think and how do you think that this enthusiasm can be converted into national asset and national strategy? So starting from Sir, Kiran Kumar Sir.
No, I think it's really very heartening to see that there is so much of enthusiasm in adopting geospatial technologies for the solutions to the problem. It's a very good sign, I would say.
Thank you.
Of course, continuing with what Sir has said, but from National Mapping Agency point of view, we need to do a lot to make it more enthusiastic and user-friendly database and make it available also. A lot is to be done.
Vinayji.
I think, more than the enthusiasm, now the executives feel it is compulsion and it is high time that they start participating. And you see, we have started participating in this kind of forums. That means that technology is taking over political decision making in this country, and that is a good sign because now there will be informed decisions rather than taking decisions out of emotions or out of compulsions.
Yes, sir.
I echo the same sentiment that the evidence-based decision making supported by the data and the predictive analysis is the way forward, and about that there is no question. But the mismatch between the software and hardware seem to be in sync, but the humanware and the orgware, somewhere there is a gap. And once we fill up the gap and also bring in some process re-engineering, not that just we implant the technology on the existing processes, that would lead to as you said, a momentum which could result into a national level usage of this.
Jagdish?
I think this data is fairly skewed because of the heavy millennials sitting here, I think. Or probably people thinking that many other people are very tech savvy. But I do believe that innovation is in the heart of human spirit, so there's no doubt about it. The second thing which I want to mention about it is the Prindex survey that I was talking about, how rural people feel insecure about the land. Half of the people who said that half of them they feel insecure, half of them tried to do something by going to the governments, getting their paperwork right and all. So this is a considerable opportunity for governments to fix it. It's not 260,000 legal cases on land, that's not a joke. So I see it as an opportunity, a big area for governments to work on GIS and technology and land-related matters.
Thank you. Dr. Mathuria, please.
We at NMCG, it is the time when geospatial technologies are increasingly finding way into everyday's application infrastructure projects. And Mami Gange happens to be one of the examples. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm also. There is a bit of skepticism about when it comes to evidence-based applications. So enthusiasm is there, but then cautious enthusiasm.
Thank you. Rajan?
So, firstly, I'm very glad to hear that 3/4 are saying very enthusiastic and enthusiastic. When we look at the Indian users and when we talk to our customers, absolutely they are on par with anybody else in the world in terms of their understanding, their enthusiasm and their capabilities. The problem happens when we try to implement it. I'll give you a simple example. Today I can import iPhone or any other phone with Bluetooth, GPS, Wi-Fi, everything, no problem. But if I try to import a handheld GPS device, then I have to go through a lot of problems. I have to go through licensing, I have to go to WPC, blah, 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 import duties. Similarly, when we want to do machine control, we have to have licenses, operator license, demo license, owner license, whatever, by the time the project is almost done. So I think the impediments are in terms of governmental policies. I think maybe we should make geospatial a technology as a technology of national importance and maybe give a 10-year tax holiday. And so you can basically create a demand whereby we can import geospatial equipment and technologies for nation building and thereby have people interested. So the adoption rate goes up, the scale goes up, there is an inherent demand that is generated. Today, I think that is a big issue in terms of the timeline it takes to implement, the kind of bureaucratic procedure that we have to go through. I mean, try, democratize cell phones, smartphones, and you can see how the industry has gone up, right? So I think while there is a lot of enthusiasm and the brain power is there, the implementation is slow because of a lot of impediments in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of basically not having the skill set. But I think it's like a multi-pronged gear. Something has to give way. And I think the main thing is I would urge geospatial technology to be declared as something of national importance. And whenever nation building is involved, you have to unloosen all these different regulations and let the industry take over, let private entrepreneurship take over.
Thank you. Again, your...
So, Sanjay, we have a full hall here, that's the testimony for the enthusiasm and interest.
Lights, please. Lights.
And a couple of hundred people outside. So everybody is enthusiastic, and I think there are a couple of things which will facilitate utilization more than what it is right now. And the biggest one, I think, is the content part. If the content can be available for various government departments and also for the private sector organizations where I see a lot of challenge, so then that enthusiasm will result in a lot of fruitful results and a lot of good utilization of technology. So I think that's one challenge which we need to find a solution for.
Thank you very much. I think this was a great panel. I'd like to thank each one of you. I just scribbled about 5 words. I felt that today in this panel we found great spirit of cooperation, collaboration, competence, collectiveness, and comprehensiveness. So these 5 C's which we saw at this panel today, so they deserve a great, applaud. I have a couple of questions, but in due respect with the time as well as the spirit of the program, which is very, very constructive, positive, thought leadership towards making something better. And that, with that spirit, the national strategy and national think tank and the document which we all have put together and the views which we have shared here with intent and commitment to deliver something better. I think that is what I saw, that there is the intent and commitment to deliver something better, take care of social, economic, and business values, take care of building India, take care of, serving the information as the source of informed decision making. With these words, I would like to close this panel and thank again to audience for having very proactive participation through the audience. So we'll break for the lunch, and I will leave it to Megha for further guidelines.
Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you to a very power-packed panel. Thank you to the audience also. You've really been very, very responsive and proactive. We are now going to break for lunch. Also, I would like to inform you that we have a very, very interesting and revolutionary technologies being showcased at the exhibition, which is in hall number 1. I encourage you all to visit the exhibition and also to network during this break. This lunch is being served in hall 5 and 6 towards that side, as well as from G2, ground floor 2 to 6 halls in that side. Thank you.
across the Godavari River. Not only they wanted to do it one, but we had the series, the data capture, there are various opportunities there. Water conveyor system consists of gravity canals and then tunnels, lift system, reservoirs, distributed network. So the outcome is more than 10 million farmers had both Maharashtra, and because of the data, they could not dispute any of the things. And flood management was also a thing, irrigation improved in the state border. The second one was river interlinking in Andhra Pradesh about Godavari, Krishna, and Penna. And this is the data we have, awarded 1,800 square kilometers, complete project reference to the Survey of India benchmarks. And 10 points per square meters was the image we captured on a 3D model. Third Indian state after Telangana and Rajasthan to use LiDAR technology for river basin projects. Success of our projects in Telangana and Rajasthan shows the strength of LiDAR technology in GNU's delivery for aerial LiDAR. River interlinking in Rajasthan is another case study, same thing similar. And security vetting of scheduled phase 1, phase 2 data, completely Indian resource solutions, no imports, no foreign collaboration. Himalayan greenfield roads, the forest mapping in Mizoram, very, very difficult. Even somebody wants to do by conventional way, you cannot do it. So thick forests, remote highway corridor, we were able to address this issue with LiDAR technology. Of course, Mr. Hitesh Khan was talking about the bullet train where we got associated. Railways use a high-tech survey for high-speed train corridor. It's a 400 kilometer, out of 508, 400 kilometers of the greenways. So we were able to even map the high-tension wires and whatever the buildings. Otherwise, what would happen every time you go back to the drawing board and come back again, and if you have to do something, you have to go back to the site again. So that's a kind of an advantage. We were able to complete this project over 6-7 months, thanks to the corporation. So how do we look at this LiDAR as a future technology? We really can virtualize the Earth through aerial surveys and solutions. We also have a mobile LiDAR. Highly accurate data for doing engineering, comprehensive data for finest detail of terrain, precision application where satellite data even fail, but LiDAR will not fail. One-stop data solution for all sectors. So once you map the Earth, the same data can be used for various sectors. It can be used for water, it can be used for railways, it can be used for road. You need not have to remap. So what is this in terms of an AEC life cycle, architecture, engineering, construction life cycle? What kind of technologies we foresee? In the plan, you have plan, design, build, operate. We are looking at satellite remote sensing, total stations, GIS, LiDAR, photogrammetry, BIM, CAD, drones, GNS. In design stage, it is BIM, CAD, GIS, and point clouds. In build, LiDAR, total station, ground penetrating radar, machine control, 3D printing, drones, and operate enterprise GIS, BIM, GNS, total station. So you look at digitalization is not an information technology initiative. This is a business strategy. Going forward, digitalization will be the way. And AEC sector is no exception to it, or infrastructure sector is no exception to it. So what are the challenges this sector has in terms of, I think the first one I will say it is not the skill set, it is the mindset change. We still want to do the things the old way. We don't want to let go. I always say if you want to jump 6 feet, first decision is to leave the ground. People are holding on to the ground, try to jump, it's not going to happen. So ever-growing population has increased urbanization, overburdening the infrastructure resource and posing a serious threat to the future of humankind. Better all of us realize the sooner the better we move forward. Challenges of climate change that only adds to the element of the uncertainty. Globally, all governments and policymakers are struggling to find ways to ensure a good today and a better tomorrow. We are in a catching up mode all the time. Digitalization, least is in E-sector, things are transforming. BIM, AI, cloud, digital twin, drones, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality will be the drivers. And how do we really develop talent, people resource? I think it was mentioned that can this be a part of curriculum in our academics? Can this bring in so that new breed of people coming into this talent? And how do we train people both for the future skill sets as well as for the mindset change. In such a scenario, the AEC industry has a crucial role to play in both building and strengthening the modern world. The architecture, engineering, construction industry is among the top contributors to the global economy. It has the potential to transform our present and future, provided it takes the path of collaboration and adopts geospatial technology. It shall impact the humankind for a better living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This was indeed insightful. Unfortunately, due to time limitations, we will not be doing the panel. I would have loved to do the panel, but due to time limitations, we won't be doing the panel. I thank you all for participating, and I look forward to interacting with you offline. I'm so sorry.
Thank you to the esteemed panelists and speakers, and Ananya did a great job. It is extremely encouraging to hear the pioneers in the construction and infrastructure segment sharing their views on technology adoption. We will now break for a coffee and tea break. So coffee is being served in the exhibition hall, and I request you all to be back in this session for the last plenary, which is focusing on data-driven urban innovation. So please be back by 4:30. Thank you.
swear. I integrate and visualize enormous amounts of data for better decision making. We share the same goal. I'll help you see better, lead better, be smarter. I save water, one of the most essential elements of life. I help optimize the agricultural ecosystem. I help you build stronger. I am the backbone of every smart city. I have tracked, traced and located, giving unique data insights, giving clear vision, creating sustainable economic development and enabling high quality of life. I help you become a smart citizen. Streamlining the data, accelerating businesses, reducing the digital divide, empowering humanity. I am the facilitator. I am your process. I am the foundation for building better futures. Everything is digital. Everything is connected. I am the digital thread, driving technological convergence, creating system of systems. Together, we ignite, innovate, integrate. I am Geospatial.
Welcome back to the plenary, which is focusing on data-driven urban innovation. Rapid and mass urbanization is compelling cities to map and streamline their resources to quickly scale integrated citizen services and improve the livability of cities. Innovative cities all over the world are investing in data development and are embracing collaborative practices, such as encouraging open data, public-private partnerships, and knowledge exchange that support the innovation ecosystem, resulting in social and economic growth. In India, we are just beginning the dialogue on the development of such a knowledge infrastructure, and it is important that we steer the way for future smart city development, where the massive amount of data that is constantly being generated will result in invaluable insights. I invite Mr. Lavish Bhandari, founder and CEO, Indicus Foundation, to moderate the panel.
Good afternoon. Data and innovation, smart cities, and increasingly growing population, great opportunities, these are the kind of terms that we keep on hearing about, and we have been listening to since the morning. One of the biggest problems that we find when we talk about data is that increasingly, as more and more data becomes available, in a very strange way, it also becomes less and less usable. And one of the major reasons is that a whole lot of the new insights that can emerge from data require us to merge data, aggregate data, analyze it in different ways, and especially where the geospatial aspects come in, the issue of collaboration between organizations become all the more important. Now, these are the kind of issues that we hope to address today, but these are the kind of issues that I have been looking at for a long time now. I'll just take a minute or two to just talk about one innovation which unfortunately just has not been taken in by the government of India yet. And that is essentially just tying in all of economic data with geospatial characteristics. Despite the fact that for almost 2 decades we've known it, the bulk of economic data in India still is not georeferenced. And it leads to a whole range of unnecessary losses in the efficiency of governance. Thankfully, there are efforts that are on. The efforts are essentially in the nature of that at least let's start to put all the data in the public domain, let's start the process of georeferencing and so on. But organizations are still, within the government and also outside, are still not really able to partner, collaborate, share data. There are a whole range of issues that come in. So with that, I would like to just, I won't speak more now. I'd like to invite my fellow panelists on the stage. And what I promise to you is a very, very interesting session coming in from both global experiences within India on how the various innovations in data can be aggregated, different organizations can collaborate and so on. Thank you. But would you like to invite them?
So So I'd like, Nadine, for you to first tell a little bit about yourself and also a little bit about your work at the...
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for being here. I know it's the afternoon, so much appreciated. Another big thanks to Sanjay and his team for putting this conference together. I love the theme of, drive the change. I think that's what we're all doing here, this concept of innovation and of partnership, and I'm just going to keep saying it over and over, interoperability. So I'm Nadine Alamy. I'm the CEO of the Open Geospatial Consortium, OGC. OGC is a consortium of about 450 members, about a third academia, third industry, and third government. And we have a mission, and our mission is to connect people, communities, technology, and the users for the greater good. And we do that by making geospatial information, or now we're calling it location, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, fair. So with that, we've been around for 25 years, which I hope I can bring to this panel with respect to innovation and partnership. About me, very quickly, I live and breathe information sharing. Starting with my early days with GIS, I did my PhD at MIT in geospatial information sharing, which became web services. Applied that at NASA. We had big data at the time. You have all the Earth observing information. You want to share it for different applications, whether it's climate change or environment or urban planning. And then I started a couple of companies. The last one was about aviation. So the same thing, you have all this aeronautical, this weather, this flight information. How am I going to share it to optimize the airspace and the airports and make the travelers happy? And last but not least, I ended up at Northrop Grumman as their chief of innovation. So how do you inject innovation in a big machine, which I think also relates to our theme. And I get back to OGC because at the end of the day, everywhere I go, it's about data and integration of data and interoperability. So here I am.
Hi. Hi, everybody. So thank you, organizers. And my name is Nikhil Kumar, and I'm in this industry for 2.5 decades. I'm known to many of you, very familiar faces. Now I'm in hair technology. The mission of the company is to drive the autonomous world by creating a digital representation of physical world. And through data, platform capabilities, etc. So I'm looking forward to this discussion.
So I'd like to first, go back. I mean, and I've been actually a user of both of your firm's products. I'd like to just start with you, Nadine. I mean, you have got global experiences, and this is a standard issue that we always come about, driving change with collaborations. What are the kind of challenges that you face globally, and how do you address that?
Where do I start? So we promised to make this panel very interesting and try not to throw chairs at each other. So we'll keep it sophisticated. Having come back recently, I've been at 3 events in a row on artificial intelligence and machine learning in general. And what I find it interesting, in every single one of those events, we come back to how much data we have. So there's, complaint number 1, there's so much data. All the data is geospatially, related one way or another. So how do I find that data? How do I correlate it? How do I then integrate it? So that's part of the problem. We have a lot of data. And then I think what do they say? You speak with one side of your mouth, and then the other side of the mouth would say, we don't have enough data to do, training for agriculture, or training for transportation, or training for defense, and you name it. So I think part of bringing this back is we have a lot of data, we have a lot of resources, we have the cloud computing, we have the talent. We have to actually come together to solve certain problems. One of the challenges, and I think we heard it earlier today, what's the question we're trying to answer? I don't remember which presentation was the vicious circle. So we have a lot of data, and we have a lot of processing, and we have a lot of questions, and then a lot of data, and we get sometimes stuck in that circle. It's like, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And it was apparent in almost every panel that we've been through today. So data, and how do you find it, how do you integrate it? And part of that is the people aspect and the user, what's the user problem that we're trying to solve? And I hate to say it's the drive, the change. We're in the middle of it. So, when we talk government procurement, it hasn't caught up with all the innovation that's coming from industry. The universities are not, training or educating people on the skills that we need today. So there's a bunch of challenges.
Yeah, but we all know that.
Yes.
So I'm asking for us, have you seen examples of how we've been able to circumvent it?
How do we circumvent it? Yeah. Focus. So one of the best examples for me is picking something small to start with. As an example, within the Open Geospatial Consortium, the way we drive the change is we have an innovation program where it's a 6 to 9 months project that on purpose involves multiple parties from all over the globe. So you pick smart cities, for example. So we have a couple projects going on smart cities. We pick sort of the best all over the world. And you give them a specific problem, and you give them a little bit of funding, but not all the funding, because they're driven by the change, right? It's not by the immediate profit. And within 9 months, you start seeing the new ideas flowing and being implemented. So the specific example in this case is...
Start small.
Start small.
Okay. Nikhil?
Yeah. The problem that I have faced, especially when you're comparing local versus global, is of different size. When I came to this organization, I realized that what we are offering is not by features and functionality. Of course, feature and functionality is very much there. Like if we have off-the-shelf commercially available product, they have certain functionalities. And certain functionalities can be applicable anywhere, right? But in this company, in here technology I faced, what we are dealing with is functionality plus geography. So if we have, say, a routing service or a geocoding service, now how that geocoding service beneath that has a set of data which has to be local. So something which is applicable in global instance might not fit in here. For instance, if we have a geocoder which has got an address, which is very straight address. If you see in Western countries, it will have a street name, a city name, and the state name. But that in India, if supposing I were to put an address, there will be a locality, a sub-locality, right? Now, how to integrate that into our services to launch the huge mass of data that is required, because there's so much of complexities. That's one part. The second part is of the scale. Now, if we're talking about the monetization landscape, the number of POIs, places, venues that you require in one state will be comparable to the entire Europe, right? And the level of the return of investment in terms of capturing that versus what we get as an outcome is a big challenge. So these were two typical challenges that we were confronted with. How did we find solution on that? I will not say that I have already found a solution on that. But we are trying to find a solution through creating more a localized engineering group. And that cannot be in itself a one-time, one-party investment. So what I am calling it more of a collaborative geospatial investment by bringing some of developers, startups, to be able to engage with them and find solution to those smaller problems and then scale it up.
That's really interesting. So you create partnerships to actually to scale as well as to reduce costs. Nadine, globally, I mean, that's a model I've rarely seen, right? I mean, create partnerships to reduce costs, or is that something that's, are there other ways of dealing with this kind of a problem?
So I think it's a hot topic these days, the topic of partnerships. And I mentioned, so mapping is a very good example, two examples specifically globally, we see them. Mapping and weather. So you look at it from the National Mapping Agency, and we had the UK talk earlier. So this is the authoritative data source used to come from the national mapping agencies versus now you've got the self-driving cars of the Uber and the Amazons and they're collecting all this data, and all of a sudden we have actually more than one source of data that you need to actually make a decision or to update your system. And there's no other way but to partner, because you have to bring data from here and here. And partnering means agreeing perhaps on the standards for the information exchange or on the policy of the authoritative or the liability. So this is one type of partnership. The same example I see is in weather. So traditionally in the US, if you look at the US, we had the National Weather Service used to have the forecast. But now you have all these, commercial companies flying those satellites and collecting data with, so-called better forecast models and whatever. And again, you want to solve a global problem, say like climate change. I don't have all the data. Not a single country has the data or a department. So you have to start to partner. And you just have to define the limits. What data do we share? Do we anonymize the data? What's the policy? Who can use it? I was in Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago, and they have a whole smart cities as well initiative. And they have self-driving cars. They're required to send the data back to the city of Los Angeles, yes? And Uber said no. We need the license to actually drive our self-driving cars, but we're not going to share the data. So this prompts a conversation. So they're starting a consortium for how do you share the data? I don't want your proprietary and intellectual property, but we want what's needed to make decisions at a more maybe local or regional level for the better of the consumer and the user. So I think maybe the concept of partnership is also changing a little bit in these times.
We are in Hyderabad. One of the most dynamic startup communities is happening here right now, especially in the geospatial world. And you're sitting on the largest, perhaps one of the largest databases, geospatial databases. I'd like you to just talk about how is it that you hope to work more with startups? What are the kind of problems that you face in interacting with startups? And how can we really ramp up this ecosystem? 3 questions, but effectively just one.
So the question is around startup. Yeah. Right. So let's get a step back and see what we deal in. What is the size of challenges that we face? What is the solution we have? What is the chasm? And how do we bridge the chasm? And when we're bridging the chasm, there are various options. One of the options is startup. Will that be okay? So if you see, if you stay on the topic of innovation, urban innovation. Now, there are a few trends that I will talk about, very high level. And there, of course, we know that the smart city and urban reform is taking place. Every day, our urban cities are becoming more populated. There is a study which says that ride-hailing companies, right now, if it is 4% of the total kilometers that we travel is through ride-hailing, it's going to be 25% by the time we hit 2025. And that definitely and necessarily does not mean that there will be less number of cars. In fact, the study shows that there will be more number of cars on the road. So there will be huge explosion in terms of the crowding on the streets. That's one. And especially if we bring that into Indian scenario, that's going to be momentous. The second piece is, how are we organized in terms of our localities? It's not very organized. We still have a lot to do in terms of putting up even a PIN code or a zip code into the localities that we live in. The third is legislation in terms of pollution, toxic, CO2. The fourth is the behavior changes that you see. If you see the new age, they are more wanting to be part of the digital ecosystem rather than going and buying a car, right? So if we try to kind of harmonize this different technology trend and the behavioral changes, the other thing that I would like to talk about, the digital shopping like e-commerce making way for the physical shopping, right? Which essentially means that so many packages need to be delivered and everybody wants it to be immediate. Now, in the kind of geometry, road geometry that we have, which has 80% of our road geometries are not highways, national highways and state highways. These are secondary and tertiary roads. Capturing those roads and the way we are building new community, the these road has to be captured physically. If you take this mammoth problem and try to see what do we have to kind of integrate that, this is a very different aspect that we have. I have always dealt in terms of providing in a decision support system or informed decision support system to the government, right? Now, this is more B2B or B2B2C. When we talk about that, then we find a lot of gaps in terms of creating data and maintaining that data's concurrency as it's moving. The second big problem in this case is real time, not only temporal data. A lot of real-time data which needs to be caught in and brought into the application. The third part is the algorithm. Now, because of the data privacy, well, people want customized, personalized services. At the same time, we have to keep data privacy also intact, right? That is another level of problem. If you bring in this level of problem, we see that there is no one platform or one content or one service which can address. When I say one, means one company offering those services, which requires, as I said, a collaborative geospatial investment, a notion of cloud-based infrastructure, where you have your own data set, which is created by the company itself, and a marketplace kind of a thing, where multiple data sources can come and sit there. It becomes not a procurement from one to one, like government buying my data, you using my data previously. Rather, I putting up data on that marketplace, which is have multiple takers, which I may not be even knowing, right? Or those takers will have multiple sources on the platform, both ways. I'm talking right now only on data. When we are bringing the real-time analytics into it, a lot of algorithm that not necessarily has to come from one platform company, but multiple algorithm meeting that workflow of a particular business problem. If we talk about that, that means we are seeing plethora of algorithms both on the data side, on the services side, on the application side, to be there. That's where I believe there is a gap. And it's not that we do not have people who are not creating. You will see a lot of startups working who are IIT graduates and trying to do something on their own, creating something, and they're not finding the market. They're not finding the brand or a platform to kind of take it to the market. Now, this is where we bring in our entire notion of workspace and marketplace, where people can conjugate with this platform using their content application algorithm to reach out to that audience.
You've given the phenomenal base to this, but I still want you to answer my question, specifically on startups. How can they do this?
No, so that, exactly, I was coming to that. So I'll talk to you about one particular startup, which is into this UAV space. So they are these young graduates creating a very specific service, which is collecting data, but more importantly, providing that algorithm using which they can dissect and create layers of these data sources and reach out to the people. So what I have done is I have tied up with them in terms of putting their entire work into our platform. So we are allowing that particular marketplace to them to reach out to the audience. That's the specific point I was coming to.
Okay, so that's a great one. I mean, so essentially, you have a lot of changes that are happening. There are changes happening in all domains. And if we start to put all of those changes together, things become really, really messy, very complicated, difficult to understand. But the point that you make, and I think I totally agree with you, is a matter of if you're able to anonymize at least at some standardized level and place it in a platform or a marketplace or whatever we call it, which anyone can access. Unfortunately, large organizations are just not doing this. What's been your global experience?
I think it's both. So I have to start by saying I love startups. That's like, I've been in a couple, and that's how, when you think the sky is the limit, right? There are no constraints. This is your ideas. But at the same time, because you're out there, you're actually not connected to reality. And I think as I get older and more mature, I start to appreciate that you have to, and I think that's your point, eventually this idea to become true innovation, it has to be operational and it has to be plugged into some framework. And what I heard is the framework is changing. It's not just like a procurement mechanism. I'm procuring this technology or this technology. I'm actually creating this idea of a marketplace that's based on, again, some sort of, interoperability standards underneath it so that you can mix and match and get what you need and figure out the fitness for purpose. What I'm seeing with the large organizations, like if you look at the Googles and the Apples, they're keeping an eye on this and then they acquire these startups, right? But at the same time, what I'm seeing is, because OGC is a standards organization, I'm seeing, the Google and the Apple and the Amazon actually coming more to OGC because even the large businesses need a framework because the times are changing on everybody, and these guys are aware that things are cyclical and the innovations are coming faster and faster. So you cannot build your empire anymore on like one technology or one idea. So you have to keep moving with the times. And I see them evolving as well.
And in India as well, I mean, the government has actually embraced OGC quite well. You had something to add to this?
Yeah, I was just trying to add is this whole trend, the notion of shared economy, in which, like I talked to you about marketplace. If you see e-commerce company are doing it very, very nicely, which is that it's not point to point, but from many to many points. And that actually orchestrates this whole notion of shared economy. And one of the business trend that we are seeing, and I'm seeing in various forums also people talking about, is that one company cannot now monetize everything. But there is way for people, and through different business practices, such as marketplace, you still can make money while sharing that, with various other people. And marketplace is just one example. There are many other things, like in a blockchain notion, you see multiple company providing multiple solutions to multiple people for multiple business practices. So the technological answer or the business model answer to this problem is also
I'd just like you to, because you've got a lot of India experience now. I mean, in any part of the government, are you seeing this kind of a thought being?
Now, what we deal in, especially in this forum, is with location intelligence and location information, which is so far a very, I think, sensitive piece of information. So when we are talking about one to many and many to many, I think still they have not fully embraced, but I definitely see a lot of acceptability in the manner in which they consume and share data. So I definitely see a trend going in. In the morning, we saw in the plenary session people talking about, Survey of India sharing data in public domain. It was not a case, say, a few years back. And they're also talking about sharing very, very important data, highly accurate data. So I see that trend coming in. And also through technology, when we are creating map services and sharing through RESTful APIs, which can be a native programming interface, getting into an application, and then creating something and further sharing. So technology also is playing a big role in this, and India is definitely getting benefited.
Okay, so I'll use different words. What I believe is that the government of India has been very, very slow in this domain, and still it's beyond, it's generally talk. The last stage of moving from stock to the end point of actually sharing has not really happened yet. And I'd like you to talk about some of your global experiences. Governments, obviously, for many different reasons, and it's not just a fault of the government as a single entity, but there are many layers within the government. So you would have seen this in many parts of the world, that of the bureaucracy or the technocracy not really very keen on sharing information or putting it in the domain. Have you seen successful examples where external intervention has helped accelerate that process of sharing?
So I think I can take the US as an example because it's easy. It's an easy example. Because, we have open data, essentially, right? And open and free data by the government. And I think the case is when you put the data out, you create a whole economy around the data. So you have these businesses popping up that can use the data in ways that you didn't think about. So you create jobs, you create applications that can in turn feed back into the government. Related to that, I think so it's not a one-way street, right? It's not just the government sharing the data, it's how the government works. We have the procurement model. I'll take space as an example because it's a recent example. So again, if you take the US, for instance, the way they used to get satellites imagery is to have their own satellites and they collect the information and it's their data and they share it. Now we have a whole space economy, right? Mm-hmm. And we have these companies that are now talking about the new space or space as a service. So you have to change how you even procure your data and your systems because it's not, you don't operate the satellite and you don't maintain it anymore. You have more options out there. I think it's the idea of putting the data out there creates economy around it, and the procurement model has to change with the times as well.
So do you think that this idea that putting data out creates an economy is prevalent in the US and not in other countries? That's why US has been ahead?
Well, that's a very difficult question. You didn't tell me that.
All
no,
right.
so I can.
I'm sorry, I had to challenge. So.
I can still comment on it. I think. So again, when I take the US as an example, so the data is out there, right? So you got from the census data to the NASA data to the National Weather Service data to, these days crowdsource environmental data and air quality. That's when I started this whole thing. There's a lot of data. It doesn't mean that we're doing, we know how to find it or use it or integrate it. But at the same time, it's not as easy as it sounds. I mean, only very recently, like this year in 2019, that the US government had the Geospatial Data Act. And the Geospatial Data Act is essentially now requiring federal agencies to push their data out in certain formats or protocols that are standards by international standards organizations. So this is in 2019. So I think it's all work in progress at different levels.
Yeah, I'll just also be a bit kinder to the government. There are a lot of times that the government itself doesn't have the data. And I think boundary files are classic ones. For a long time, I think pin code boundaries were not available. In fact, even tehsil boundaries were not available, and so on and so forth. So I think things are only changing, but a bit slowly. Have you worked with the government, and have you been a supplier of information to the government in any capacity?
Yeah, for the last 25 years.
Excellent. So can you just give
and
your
that's why I'm very cautious in terms of giving my narrative around it. When we're talking about monetizing data, sharing data, it also depends upon how relevant the data is from a particular business use case. So I'll go from government to government to government to business, because government to government, we know, we have spoken a lot about, there are a lot of standards, there are a lot of breaking of silos in terms of sharing of information, there are a lot of initiatives for the last few decades. I'm seeing some of the champions of the data sharing sitting here. So they have done a lot in that sense. But what has not happened yet in terms of government sharing the data to businesses. And why? One could be, of course, this whole idea or notion around whether it is open for sharing or not. And the second is whether it is really business relevant. Why would somebody wanting to locate a particular industry be requiring data from, say, government? Now, the type of data which is coming, and if you align that with the business trend, especially in the hyper-local market or e-commerce market or transportation logistics market, highly accurate data is going to be essentially required by almost every business opportunity. In the morning, we heard about CORS fueling centimeter level of data. Now, that's a very interesting thing. So if Government of India is spending in creating a continuously operating reference station real-time network, they will not like to keep the data with themselves, because if you consume data, you don't lose anything. So if there is a market, and I see a huge amount of market when we are talking about last mile connectivity, highly accurate data, and also autonomous driving, even if it doesn't become a reality from the automotive side, highly accurate data would be required. So such data will be sold, will be required on a premium. And that is when government will have to think through, and that's what I heard in the morning, how you monetize that while sharing with businesses. Of course, you need to know as to who is using that, for what purposes they are using it. You have a log of that, but then that is so relevant for the business use case that at least demand from the business side is established. Once that happens, and if there is a general acceptance that, yes, I'm ready to share that, and there is a protocol and the standards already in place, I don't think that's very far now.
Very good. So on that positive note, I'd like to just see if there are any questions from the audience, and just take a pause from this. Okay, so I think we've been fairly, yeah. So I don't think you have been challenging the people enough yet. So I think you've just explained things so well that there are no questions left. Okay, so then I'm going to ask a question. In the next 5 to 10 years, there is no doubt about the massive spread of computing that's going to happen within India, and there is no doubt about the spread of the need for geospatial data, especially when successful examples are now observable across the globe. What are the biggest challenges to collaborating and sharing of information as of now?
So there could be 3 different responses to this. One could be in terms of administrative, the second could be technical, and third could be operational. Let me take the technical one. So when we are talking about such a notion of expanding the business use case of location so that it is embraced and used by multiple people, and the morning I was hearing from somebody that is still is a niche. It is seen as a niche. So breaking that boundary and going beyond that niche identification. The biggest challenge that I see is, because what we deal in is a very complex set of information, which is very heavy and coming from diverse sources. So how we collect data, there could be different sensors through which we collect it, optical sensors, GNSS sensors, wearable, smartphone, Earth observatory. There are different type of ways of capturing data. Now, most of the business use case does not require only one, but multiple type of data. That's one part. The second part is, this, as I said, there could be different types of algorithm required, and it's not always only one or two, but maybe multiple. So if you see today, some of the transit application, simple routing application, if you peel off various layers, you will see 6 or 7 sources of algorithm, not talking of data, into it. And people making money based on the value of those algorithms within one application use case. So now, so what is that from the technology standpoint very challenging? So I see one platform, be it cloud-based or big data analytics, which has got this notion of, I will say, ingestion, that I can actually bring in data, anonymity, from wherever I want, I can bring that in. And that's not an easy thing. Onboarding disparate sources of data into one platform is a big challenge. Now, what people are working in terms of what we call, in our language, onboarding. So we basically try to normalize the source, the data type in a manner in which the platform can consume it. So the ingestion piece. The second is type of data. So it could be like transit, places, traffic, real time, various kind of geo-visualization, analytics, all different type of data, which I will call enrichment. So your previous company, Indicus, bringing in some behavior, societal behavior information that I bring in location context and kind of massaging it and delivering some result out of it. So that's what I'm saying, enriching, bringing different sources, enriching it. The third part is what I'm calling processing. So there should be, different, as I said, and that's where I mentioned and gave an example of a startup. Slew of or series of algorithms available which can be chosen for driving that business use case. And the last is publishing. Once you have processed all these things, then created some analytics out of it, and then you share with the desired masses. You may not like to share with everybody. You might like to share with only few people. Now, this notion of this platform, which I have not seen yet, but people are working, our company is also working in terms of creating that, which is open, which is big data, which is cloud, and allowing this notion of ingestion, enrichment, processing, and publishing is what I believe is the biggest challenge. Once we have that, I think we will become mainstream. We will break the glass ceiling.
So, of course, the OGC has a massive role to play.
Yeah, so can I answer the question, what's the biggest challenge in data sharing? It's people. It's not the technology. Sometimes, and there are so many, sadly, right, examples of the technology is there, the systems is there, the providers are there, even the use case is there, but it's just the people, the culture of the organizations, or sometimes the industry, we're not at that point. One example is I was in a room full of airlines, and we were talking about sharing of turbulence data, which every airline collects. And they said, do you want a platform that has turbulence data that you can access from all over the world at any point? It was like, everybody said yes. Would you share your turbulence information? Everybody had this. So it's like, so they want the data, but nobody's willing to share it. You still actually see that in many places. Another example was, we're working on several pilots in OGC on underground infrastructure. You would think in 2019, we with the technologies that we have and the standards that we have, we share information about the different layers in the underground. But actually, no, we're only beginning to start. Again, this is the culture driving the change. It's not just technology and the business model, but actually the people and how they think. You know what, if you share information about the underground, it helps your department because we're still being judged. The metrics are by department and by project and by program, and the data sharing sort of becomes an overhead, and what's the ROI and all of this. I mean, we see it a lot, which brings me to some, we were just talking before, during the break, sometimes this is why you see in the OGC innovation program, exercises that we have, the test beds, it's usually disaster driven. Because when you have a disaster or when you have an emergency and you need a response very quickly, this is when people mobilize. Again, people mobilize their systems and their solutions. So I think this is part of the change.
I actually absolutely agree with you, and I'll just give you an example. You were not in your company then, and I wanted to estimate poverty and income distributions. And so of all the strange places I could go to, I went to his current company, and the person who came in to sell the data said, what are you using this for? And I said, I want to do this for income distributions. So he said, POV data, the POI data for income distribution. Why would you ever want to do that? It took him 6 months to get the approval from within his company. But your company did, and actually it turned out that you can actually get very good estimates of urban poverty using POI data. Now, there are all kinds of strange innovations that can happen once you put this stuff in the public domain, but the people have to be flexible and open to this. I'll give one more example. There was the Census of India, and Census of India is obviously sitting on the biggest database there is in India of demography, but they would not share the boundary files of whatever was the sampling frame. And they said, okay, fine, we share it, but you have to pay 100 rupees per boundary file, which happened to be going to crores and crores, obviously, because there are so many of those. And I tried to convince them that the only entity that can buy them would be a very, very large firm. No startup can purchase this kind of data. And it was surprising. The then director of that particular unit within the Registrar General's office was shocked. He said, yes, I never thought of it. It was not that he wasn't open to the idea of sharing. It was just, he was just charging a very limited amount, 100 rupee per boundary file. But he had not thought that for very large numbers, this would be out of reach for small companies. So anyway, I'm told that that policy was going to be changed. I don't know what happened to that. But a whole lot of times, it is purely just sharing an understanding of people not understanding the ecosystem of the startup or the new businesses or innovation. So with that, I'm again going to ask if there are any questions, or I'm going to... Yes, there are... Is there someone else at the back? Okay, ma'am. Meta? There's a person.
Thank you. Doreen Bemanje from Dutch Cadastre and UN-GGIM. I wonder, why do you treat data in such a different way as other basic stuff? For example, a startup that wants to make lemonade has to buy water and electricity and stones to build your house. You have to pay for the stuff you need to build up something. And we're talking about data as the new oil, etc. I've never had oil for free, so why?
Okay, do you want to ask that? Yeah. That's a tough question. We've all asked ourselves that question, who have been in the data field. But one reason is, traditionally, data was shared free, especially a whole lot of data related to both geospatial data and economic data was just shared. So this movement away from publicly shared free data to private shared price data is taking longer than we would like. That's all. That's the best way I can explain it. Do you have anything else?
So I don't think anybody is saying that data is free or should be free. I think that's why, at least from my perspective, we're advocating the interoperability and the standards. I think what we're saying is it's becoming just critical to solving any problem. Because you cannot say, I don't have the data anymore. It's somewhere, just go get it. And how do I get it? And you go down that rabbit hole. I think maybe I can answer two questions in one. One of the issues in data sharing that we see, this is the previous question, and you hit on it, it's the fitness for purpose. We have so much data. We go back to the old, boring issue of metadata. How do I find out that this data is, fit for my purpose? That's one challenge. We're not there yet. And the other one is, I think it's because we have data is the new oil because it's driving every decision that we're making. And we just have to be careful we don't monopolize some data such that some people have this advantage. I think part of the new business model here that we're talking about earlier in the plenary this morning, I don't think we have figured out yet, each one of us, what's our value add on top of the data or the services or the solutions that we're doing. So this is a long answer to, it's not really free, but it's at the core of everything.
So I'll just add one more thing. So the question is, why when we are talking about startup, thinking that it should be free? Now, one of the things that we are struggling with in geospatial industry is that we still carry this niche tag. Why? Because we have a lot of barriers. There are a lot of barriers around policy, there are a lot of barriers around sharing, there are a lot of other barriers. But one of the barriers is that we are not letting many people to enter into our space. One of the ways to break the barrier is allowing or embracing the startups. And so if we start charging from day one premium on the rich content, they may not be very encouraged to pursue various things or their career into that discipline. So it's not about giving them free, but making it affordable and kind of encouraging them to embrace our technology and industry.
So I'd like to just add one more point to it. Essentially, data is information. Information is something which you don't know how much value you can derive from it until you have it. So there is always a market failure problem built into data. A whole lot of times, the point that you're making holds very, very, very strongly, which is you can share a little bit, let the other person understand what the value you can derive from it, and then it's easier to think. Yes, sir.
Hello, I am Naveen Francis from OpenStreetMap India. So, Health Ministry has already released data points of 2 lakh PHCs, primary health centers, community health centers, hospitals, everything in open government data license. So what are the chances for having a right to open data policy just like open RTI?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the full question. I mean, there are a whole range of data sources within the government, especially for many schemes that are put in the public domain. For instance, almost a whole range of schemes from the Ministry of Rural Development are in the public domain.
No,
already.
We have RTI, so the public can request any information from the government. Just like that, can we have some act like right to open data?
We could, but why do you need an act every time? I mean, RTI has been used quite a bit and it has been misused. And right now there are a whole lot of things. I mean, it's better to have a more collaborative space where the government understands the value of sharing data for the society by itself and not having to, force another law on it. So technically what you're saying is possible, feasible. I think I would rather have a government which is willing to share data than a government which is forced to share data.
Okay, can I speak now? Yes. Okay. I come from a survey background and I remember a very eminent surveyor from the army who once said that when somebody asks you for a map data, you compare it with sweets. We have sweets made out of coconut. The same sweet, barfi, can be made out of coconut, can be made out of koya, which is more expensive. And he said, you ask him whether he wants coconut sweets or he wants, essentially what he was trying to get at, that every time in the national survey organization like Survey of India, we generated a project data, we worried about quality, we worried about this and that. I'm talking in terms of rich content. By the time we generated the data with all the microns and all the content, the project authority said we couldn't wait for that long. So we did whatever we could and gave the data, generated our own data and constructed the dam or the bridge or whatever. So essentially, we have to see a course of data which might meet us need a certain requirement can be served much faster, may cost less, may answer the question of a startup, whereas the finer data and more quality QC verified data might be may take longer. So question is, but then again the question is, who decides what sort of data I need? Because I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
So these are the sort of things at the consumer level, you will have this problem. And all the time, another paradigm is in the case of aerial photography, for example.
Sir, I'm sorry, now I've been told that the time is over, so very quickly.
You have a coarser data, you have less data volume today in terms of digital data. You can do your work. But every time you ask for finer data, you have much more data. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any last words before we close?
I will only say the location is the glue for urban innovation. That's all I can say. And we have to see how that glue from different sides, both from the content, the course data that Dr. Munshi talked about, or a very rich content that may be required for a particular purpose, all that can be brought in terms of driving urban innovation in India.
Okay. Nadi?
Yeah, I think we live in exciting times. A lot of data, the computing power is here. The problems, the global challenges are here. There's no better time for us to actually come together and be smarter, not just smart India, actually a smart world.
Thank you. So with that, we close this session. Thank you. You've been great. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavish, and to Nadine and Nikhil for a very interesting panel. Even though it was your last panel, it was very interactive, and even the audience had a couple of questions. In fact, we had to not take a couple of questions from the audience because we're running out of time now. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to now invite Mrs. Usha Thorat, Chair of Board of Governors, Foundation for Ecological Security, to make a special announcement.
You must be wondering what the special announcement from a person who said she doesn't know anything about geospatial. At the Foundation for Ecological Security, our core objective is to work with communities to manage natural resources, land and water being the principal two natural resources with which we are concerned. Just as we were talking about why share data, there is a concept of commons. Eleanor Nostrom really, who got the Nobel Prize for it, talked about the tragedy of the commons, which could actually has a lot of, commons are properties, you could define it as land and water, which are commonly owned. And where there is a usufruct coming out of the commons, which are shared commonly. Knowledge can also be a commons. And there is a huge externality in knowledge and externality in data, and that becomes one reason why data, if shared, can add more value than if not shared. I was just trying to remember that in the context of the work we do actually with physical commons, which is really in terms of water and land. At the Foundation for Ecological Security, we have been working with villages and with the rural communities to make them ensure that their rights over the water and to preserve the natural resources is achieved through a participative, democratic way. And one of the key things that has been helpful in this is data. So as working on this data, we found that there was a huge amount of data which could be used to aid decision making at the village level. And that was the process which we started. And now today at this forum, we are very pleased that we can launch what we are calling the India Observatory. The India Observatory is a website which consists of ecological, economic, and sociological data on a geospatial basis across time and space, which has been culled from various sources, authentic sources, which are already available in public domain, and which have been put together and applications developed so that even a semi-literate person can understand this data and develop tools to be able to take decisions on the natural resources and the sustainability that surrounds him. So this is what the India Observatory is, and I'm extremely grateful to Sanjay for giving us, the Foundation for Ecological Security, this opportunity to launch the India Observatory. It's a non-governmental organization. It's a good example for you to actually critique us and tell us, once you've seen it, that, okay, you could do this, you could not do that, and whatever other queries. We would love to hear from people like you who are part of this geospatial world. People have been saying, in the earlier session, Lavish, I think, said that he has not actually seen a single example. Let us see how this example works. Should we go on?
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Mrs. Doreen Burmanier, co-chair of UN-GGIM, and Lieutenant General Girish Kumar, Surveyor General of India, to come and formally launch the India Observatory. I also invite Jagdish Rao, CEO, Foundation for Ecological Security, to join us on stage.
With increasing biodiversity losses, land degradation, failing soil health, and acute water scarcity posing a threat to life on Earth like never before, accelerated efforts for conservation and management of natural resources have become critical. The Foundation for Ecological Security is involved in conserving forest, land, and water resources at local levels for improved ecological, social, and economic outcomes. Taking its mission to the next level, FES has developed an initiative called the India Observatory.
Working on forest, land, and water resources requires a bird's eye view because these resources are spread across human boundaries, habitations, and even districts. Having a spatial view allows you to plan for preservation of certain species, conservation of land and water, and even extraction within permissible thresholds. We all know that there are vast sets of data, algorithms, tools being thrown out almost every day by international and national organizations. The question is this data reaching the ground in an intelligible manner? And is such information leading to desirable outcomes on the ground? Some call it the last mile. We call it the first mile because the change actually happens at that level. Village people, block level officers, district level officers.
India Observatory collects the data
of ecology, economy, social, and many other related parameters. This kind of parameters are more than 1600 and it's available at a various spatial and time scale, right from the village to the national level. This information is organized in some kind of tools and services which is useful to the citizens, to the local bodies, to the government, and many other stakeholders.
11 tools have been developed on forests, water, and livelihoods which are open source and are essentially aimed at semi-literate people. These tools work offline on smartphones and are available in local languages with easy-to-interpret codes. For instance, the Composite Landscape Assessment and Restoration Tool, or CLART, uses 6 public datasets to identify areas best for groundwater recharge under the Manrega scheme. GEET, or GIS-enabled Entitlement Tracking System, builds awareness on entitlements for marginalized communities by tracking eligibility at the household level. Similarly, the Integrated Forest Management Toolbox, or IFMT, contains tools that assist in both data collection and analysis and help forest departments in preparing long-term working plans.
Through the India Observatory Initiative, FES is helping place rich analytics information in the hands of decision makers at various levels. Importantly, it's helping information reach village level people, sarpanch and local level officials so that they can determine their future course of action.
The team and all the partners of FES for bringing us the India Observatory. If you want to know more about this platform and want to collaborate with FES, then please visit their booth, which is Technology for Sustainability in the exhibition area. Thank you. May I request Doreen Barwani to remain on the stage for the India Geospatial Awards. The Geospatial Awards, the India Geospatial Awards.
Oh, okay.
So you'll be giving the India Geospatial Awards now.
And I'll give them. Okay.
I will. As Henry Ford said, a business that makes nothing but money is a poor business. I believe our technological efforts must strive to bring a connect between the sustainable economy and sustainable development. Let us come together this evening and celebrate such success stories in our country. It is my absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to the India Geospatial Awards. Every year, Geospatial Media and Communications has been conferring Geospatial Excellence and Leadership Awards for exemplary innovations and practices in geospatial industry. Today, we will announce the exemplary projects that deserve recognition for geospatial excellence and leadership in their respective domains. I once again invite Mrs. Thorat to join Doreen on stage to confer the awards to the award winners. The Geospatial Excellence Award for Excellence in Developing Integrated Transport Infrastructure Ecosystem goes to Inland Waterways Authority of India for Jal Marg Vikas Project.
सदियों से नदियों का इस्तेमाल माल और जन परिवहन के लिए किया जाता रहा है। आज भी नदियों के जरिए भारी सामानों की ढुलाई सड़क या रेल के मुकाबले सस्ती और कम प्रदूषण फैलाने वाली होती है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के स्वप्न को सागरमाला एवं जलमार्ग विकास द्वारा साकार करने का प्रयास तेजी से जारी है। गंगा नदी पर राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग 1 का विकास इसी प्रयास का हिस्सा है। सन 2022 में पूरी तरह बहाल हो जाने के बाद राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग 1 भारत की सांस्कृतिक पहचान गंगा नदी के लिए एक नया सवेरा लेकर आएगा। भारी सामानों की ढुलाई सड़क या रेल के मुकाबले सस्ती और कम प्रदूषण फैलाने वाली होती है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के स्वप्न को
Limited. The Geospatial Excellence Award for Better Governance in Mining Operations goes to Center for Aerospace Research, CASR, and Office of Accountant General, Tamil Nadu, for UAV-based mapping for volume calculation and modeling of minor and major minerals. I invite Dr. K. Senthil Kumar, Director, CASR, and Accountant General, Tamil Nadu, to come on stage and receive the award. Congratulations.
And mined minerals are the non-renewable resources, and it's essential for construction and sustainable development. Due to rapid urbanization and demand on infrastructure, the illegal mining activities increased, and it causes revenue loss to the government and creates an environmental impacts to the society. The Office of Account General, Tamil Nadu, has taken up the performance audit of mineral wealth management and its impact on the environment all around Tamil Nadu. The Center for Aerospace Research, Anna University, was appointed as technical consultant to conduct volumetric and environment audit for selected quarries through UAV and Geospatial technology. The combined effort made by Tamil Nadu AG Audit and CASR, Anna University, reduced the illegal mining operations and increased the revenue to the government.
The Geospatial Excellence Award for Efficient Asset and Developmental Management, my apologies, goes to Arunachal Pradesh State Remote Sensing Application Center and Department of Planning and Investment, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, for satellite-based monitoring and geotagging of developmental projects. I invite the SR-SAC Arunachal Pradesh team to come on stage and receive the award. Congratulations.
Arunachal Pradesh. This makes it very impossible on the part of the state government to monitor the physical development of project that is being actually implemented in the ground. Congratulations.
The Geospatial Excellence Award for Property Validation goes to Solapur Municipal Corporation for Integrated Property Validation Solution. I invite Honorable Mayor of Solapur, Shobha Srishayal Banshetty, to come on stage and receive the award.
GeoCivic Integrated Property Validation System has digitalized and geo-enabled the property validation system of Solapur city. This is an end-to-end solution which includes survey, assessment, billing and collection system. This has made our property tax collection system more transparent and efficient. Now citizens don't have to come to the corporation to pay the taxes. They can pay it online. They can also view their property on their website, and their property receipt also carries the photograph of the property. This has increased our tax collection multi-fold. Cybertech has been our knowledge partners in this. I value their partnership. Thank you.
The Geospatial Excellence Award for Excellence in Inclusive Urban Development goes to Government of Odisha and Tata Trusts for slum titling project, the Jaga Mission. I invite Mr. Durga Prasad Mahapatra, Joint Secretary, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Government of Odisha, Mr. Shishir Dash, and Ms. Shikha Srivastava from Tata Trust to come on the stage to receive the award.
Wing Commander Polo Sridhar, Chief Operating Officer, Thorat, India. We would like to thank Maharashtra Water Resources Department for having entrusted us with carrying out a survey on the 4,200 square kilometers of area in which we had mapped every crop and water resource that was available for the last 1 year. Did a complete detailing of databases which are historic versus the one acquired with the new technologies.
I was just informed the chief engineer is Mr. T.N. Munde and not Mr. R.D. Mohite. So, congratulations. The Geospatial Excellence Award for Excellence in E-Governance Initiatives goes to Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center for Karnataka Geographical Information System. I invite the Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center team to come on stage and receive the award.
Karnataka GIS is the unified gateway for spatial data and applications of Karnataka government. KGIS had established its seamless spatial framework 0.5 meter resolution ortho image with DEM. This integrated, redundant, geospatial data from multiple departments were standardized. Over 20 lakhs of assets up to parcel boundaries, thematic maps, departmental workflows, statistics, dashboards with charts and maps. Today, KGIS is used for project monitoring, planning, DSS, including transfer of subsidies to beneficiaries. More departmental applications lead to branching into thematic GIS with updating, change detection, analytics with AI and ML tools. Analytics with AI and ML tools.
The Geospatial Excellence Award for Excellence in 3D and Forensics goes to Kolkata Police for enabling smart policing. I invite Mr. Yashvardhan to come on stage and receive the award. I invite Mr. Jiten Shah to come on stage and receive the award.
Mahindra, we have been part of India's farms these past decades with Mahindra, we have been part of India's farms these past decades with Samriddhi, farm equipment and tractors. To grow better and earn more, meet Raju, a sugarcane farmer from Kolhapur who is struggling to turn his farm into a sustainable, successful setup and earn more. He can mark his sugarcane plot on the app to the exact location it is in, giving him an accurate digital avatar of his actual farm. With the app's algorithm currently supporting over 14 crops that together make up over 84% of crop coverage in the country. What's more, by simply entering his sowing date, crop variety and soil type in the app, Raju gets a personalized farming calendar and advisory that tracks and captures the progress of his crop, all the way from sowing to harvesting, can even alert and instruct Raju to harvest early, helping him save his crop and livelihood, an advantage that no one else gives him.
I would like to invite Dr. R. Sivakumar to announce the Rajapuri Kamakshi Memorial Award winner.
I request Lieutenant General Girish Kumar, Vishisht Seva Medal, Surveyor General of India, to please join me on the dais. To encourage young researchers in the field of geospatial science, we have been giving this award of young geospatial scientists to commemorate the memory of my daughter, Rathapudi Kamakshi. A gold medal, a plaque, and a certificate is being issued. This is the 10th year of the award, and we normally invite applications from those young researchers who are less than 35 years of age. And there's an eminent jury which goes through the nominations and selects the award. The last year's awardees are, you can see last 10 years, 9 years rather, this is the 10th year we are doing this award ceremony. And I would like to thank Sanjay for giving me this opportunity consecutively for this 10th year. And I also thank my eminent jury, Professor Prithvi Shnak, Professor N.L. Sharda, Professor Hrishikesh Samant, and my friend Girish Kumar, who has been an inspiration and helping me in various other regards. This year, the award goes to Mr. Ashwini Kumar Agnihotri. He is a research scholar in the IIT BHU, carrying out work on the fluvial remote sensing and channel platform dynamics. I will invite Ashwini Kumar to come and receive the award.
The next awards for the evening recognize leadership and excellence in the geospatial sector. These organizations are dedicated to promoting geospatial technology for the greater good of humanity. It is now my pleasure and a great honor to announce the name of the institute that has truly made a difference in the geospatial community, Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics. I would like to request Dr. T.P. Singh to please come on the stage and receive the award.
Institute of Geoinformatics is the first in the country to recognize the importance of geospatial technology in preparing well-trained professionals of tomorrow. The coursework has been designed to create competent human resources to meet the ever-growing demand of digitization in surveying technology, data science and spatial analytics, photogrammetry and remote sensing, and spatial economics. The award for Leading Institute for Capacity Development goes to Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics.
I would now like to announce the final award for the evening. This organization has been dedicated to reviving the most important river in the Indian history and culture. Leading transformative initiatives in the water sector, National Mission for Clean Ganga has been recognized as India's leading initiative in using geospatial technologies towards their river rejuvenation work. I would like to invite the NMCG team to come on the stage and receive the award.
the world. Time immemorial. River Ganga has been a cradle of human civilization since time immemorial. But in 2017, it was ranked as the second most polluted river in the world. Leading transformative initiatives to clean the river, the National Mission for Clean Ganga has been embracing geospatial technology for revival of rivers and freshwater sources across the country. Established in 2011, the mission has built key platforms and solutions using emerging technologies and related engineering to build a robust resources management system for a sustainable water resource ecosystem in the country. The award for leadership in rejuvenation and protection of freshwater systems in India goes to National Mission for Clean Ganga.
Mani and Mrs. Thorat. And once again, I wholeheartedly congratulate all the award winners. And maybe we can have all the award winners on the stage for a group photograph. Can I request all the award winners for a group photograph on the stage, please?
அந்த சைடில் போயிடலாம்.